Good morning. I don't see our court reporter in the room quite yet, so we'll wait just a moment. I see we have the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back? Not back on. Are you ready for us to go on the record this morning?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. Thank you. With that, I will get us started. Good morning. It's September 19th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water rate permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is here with us handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides today. If you are a witness, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance your slides if you have a presentation, and representatives who are cross-examining may ask Ms. Mullen directly to pull up particular exhibits. If at any time you're experiencing technical difficulties, please send us an email at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov. We will be monitoring that email inbox and the hearing team will try to assist you. We will take breaks today as usual and have a hard stop at 5 p.m. With that, we left off yesterday having heard direct testimony and cross-examination of Sacramento County Water Agency witnesses. I asked to hold them over to this morning because I may have questions, and I very much appreciate that. I think it will be very, very brief. I was able to think through my questions and what was really important here, and I just have just one or two, I think. So I appreciate that. And then my understanding is we would move directly to Mr. Stork. With that, I will look to see if there are other procedural issues we should discuss this morning before we get started. So if the hearing team could please elevate Mr. Schutz. Good morning, Mr. Schutz.
Good morning, Ms. Kenzie. Chris Schutz for the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. We have a small logistical issue. Mr. Flanders evidently gave Mr. Stork Mr. Flanders' link to get on, and so Mr. Flanders cannot get on. And I was wondering if the AHO could send Mr. Flanders a separate new link so that Mr. Flanders can join.
And also join. The problem is we will need a different email.
You will need a different email.
You can't send a new link to the same email. They are associated. So we can send another link.
So,
Have to be sent to a different email address.
so did you send Mr. Stork a separate link?
That's a good question. Let me look to the team. Because Mr. Stork could forward his link to Mr. Flanders.
Well, I believe it already went the other way.
Yeah, that's it. No, it's a sensible thing to do. I'm waiting for my team to chime in here. I
Hold
think
on
the
just a
answer is
second.
going to be yes, but
Mr. Flanders says he could send the hearings office a separate email for himself if that would simplify things.
Sounds like what we can do on our end is send Mr. Flanders Mr. Stork's link.
There you go.
I don't know if that, now I don't understand, but we will make that attempt.
Okay, very good. Uh, it sounds like perhaps you can proceed with the questions for the witnesses from yesterday, and in the meantime, we can try to sort this out.
We'll see if we can sort it out. Let's also, what I'll do is I'll turn, it looks like Ms. Meserve has a comment, and maybe we'll just see in the short period whether we can get that sorted out. So thank you,
Very
Mr.
good.
for bringing that to my attention.
Thank you very much.
If the hearing team would please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Ocean Reserve for Contra Costa County and others. I just wanted to check in this morning regarding the site visit, in as much as we were going to be moving forward with getting new quotes from the bus companies for the transportation for the South Delta Day and the North Delta Day. So it was my understanding, I believe, that DWR tentatively was fine with any of the 3 North Delta site dates, the 3rd, 6th, or 10th, and that the water board did slightly prefer the 10th. So that's the basis on which we're going to move forward with, but I just kind of want to make sure we've thrown that out there, and that if there is any issue with DWR's availability on those 3 dates, that be brought up this morning ideally, so that we can do that research and get the quotes and select a provider for that service.
Thank you. And if we can please elevate Ms. Carroll. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. This is Ann Carroll appearing for DWR. Ms. Meserve, you're correct. We are available all 3 of those dates, so you can proceed with those.
Excellent. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you.
And we do have we'll try to schedule the meet and confer that's been suggested, and we do have a revision to the South Delta Day that adds the Bethany site back in. So we'll be trying to get a time we can talk with your team about that, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. With that, it looks like I do not see Mr. Stork on yet, so I'm waiting to see that to make sure our background logistical work here is working, but we'll turn back to that. It sounds like we can turn to our 2 Sacramento County witnesses, Sacramento County Water Agency witnesses. Oh, I see a hand from Mr. Flanders. If we can elevate Mr. Flanders, please. Good morning, Mr. Flanders. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
It appears that I'm Mr. Flanders right now.
Oh, hello, Mr.
So we haven't quite sorted this out.
Well, we can change the name on this, that we can sort out, but I don't now. So this means that we don't have Mr. Flanders, as I understand. Oh, there we go. Now we have a Mr. Stork, who I assume is going to be Mr. Flanders. Is that, no, we just changed the name.
We are going to need to sort this out, obviously.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stork. Very confirmed on camera. And it looks like now we have Mr. Flanders. We might as well elevate Mr. Flanders, and we can conduct an identity check. You are welcome to come on camera if you'd like and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. Jason.
Good morning.
Cook, not Ron Stork.
Wonderful. It looks like we're sorted out, so we'll leave these as is. I'm glad that worked out. And then Mr. Stork, I expect we'll hear from you shortly. Thank you very much. With that, are there any other procedural issues we should address before we turn back to Sacramento County Water Agency's witnesses? Then I will look to my team to please elevate Dr. Folia and Ms. Schmitz, as well as Mr. Ferguson, I presume, and Ms. Morris. All right, I believe we have the relevant participants here. So I will welcome and thank you for joining us again, Dr. Folia and Ms. Schmitz. I really appreciate you being here. Hopefully this will be very brief and you can get on with your day. Thank you for coming back. It gave me a chance to think through what I really wanted to ask here. This is a question for either of you, so I will leave this general, but I just wanted to make sure I understood the various points that are being raised in your combined testimony with respect to the potential impacts of the Delta Conveyance project. So I understood one allegation is impacts from potentially impacts to the groundwater well that serves the town of Hood from construction of the project, and then possibly from just generally from the alignment of the tunnel and the infrastructure that would be permanently there. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then the town of Hood, as I understand, has a, will you clarify for me? I understood there were two backup well supplies, but there were problems either with one or both, I think related to manganese. Will you clarify that for me? Was that
Right.
That's
Both wells, the water quality in both wells exceeds the MCL for manganese. One of the wells is not functioning at this time. So we have one backup well functioning, but it exceeds the MCL for manganese.
okay. And then a second avenue of impact discussed in your testimony is the potential for the construction of the tunnel and just generally the tunnel alignment to interfere with other existing wells in the area. Is that also correct? Not necessarily from groundwater level impacts, but well, not necessarily from impacts from changes in the amount of recharge, but the construction and tunnel alignment itself, or is that not part of your testimony?
I'll defer to Dr. Foglia on that.
I think it's not we did not analyze other public supply wells, and so we really concentrated on town of Hood. What we found out is that in the area in Sacramento County there are other municipal wells. We just did not bring them into this analysis.
So if I'm looking at, maybe we can bring this up. Ms. Mullen, can you bring up SCWA 12? And I don't know, I don't recall now if there's a corrected version, but the most up to, there's not. Okay. SCWA 12 on page 5. And I'm looking at paragraph 14, and I just wanted to make sure I understand here. So in paragraph 14, you state, it looks like the third sentence, DWR should complete a well inventory now to locate all potentially impacted wells.
Mm-hmm.
What did you mean by that?
So the concern is really on how the changes in the entire groundwater basin are going to happen just because of not only construction but also future operation of the DCP. And the reason for this well inventory is basically to shift from a mitigation measure which is more reactive to something that is proactive. So if we know in advance which wells are in the area, which wells are shallow, and which wells might be impacted even by a small change in groundwater levels, like the ones that have been highlighted so far, then it will be easier to be really proactive and eventually provide a different source of waters for those wells. And the well inventory is something that DWR asked us to include in our groundwater sustainability, in the South American Subbasin groundwater sustainability plan, with the same goal of understanding the extent of the potential impact in the case of the GSP's potential impact of groundwater management. In this case is a potential impact of this combined TCP operation and construction and the groundwater management.
So this is and that's what I was trying to understand. The mechanism here is not just from changes to groundwater recharge from operation of the project, but also from potential from construction or anything else associated.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's more generic. It's just really looking at the at potentially impacted wells throughout the Sacramento County area that are still in the under the potential effects of the changes due to the TCP construction and operation.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. And then I don't know if this is third, this is sort of overlapping. Another piece of this here is a concern that operation of the project itself will reduce groundwater recharge to the subbasin and thereby will impact water levels and all the elements of the basin sustainability. Is that accurate? Okay. And then my one follow-up, maybe for, I don't know if you know, Ms. Schmitz, but do you know when Sacramento County Water Agency first started pumping groundwater?
In the town of Hood or in general?
Well, I'm trying to understand, well, both, I guess would be both.
In what year?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what the priority date of, and it may not be relevant. I don't know that it's relevant, but the priority date of Sacramento County Water Agency's water rights. And so that's why I'm asking. But yes, in what year, if you know?
I don't know. I don't know. And to be honest, I've never thought of groundwater rights as having priority. So that's a bit of a new one for me, and I'll defer to my lawyers who know water rights far better than I do.
And that's fair enough. That's why I framed the question as you may not know, because I understood that. I believe those are all the questions that I have, and I really appreciate it. So with that, I will turn to Mr. Ferguson. Do you have redirect for these witnesses?
I do.
Please.
Yeah, and I'm going to start with Ms. Schmitz. Ms. Schmitz, do you recall Ms. Morris asking you whether the mitigation proposed in paragraph 20 of your testimony is the only mitigation that would address impacts to the town of Hood's wells?
Yes.
Are you familiar with DWR's proposed mitigation for groundwater level declines and other impacts?
Yes, I've read DWR's proposed mitigation, which is mitigation measure groundwater 1. It's my understanding that DWR proposes to re-inject groundwater and bring in water while injection wells are constructed, bringing in potable water. If the injection wells will not work, DWR plans to deepen wells. And during this time, potable water will be brought in. It's my understanding of the mitigation measure.
Okay. In your opinion, is that proposed mitigation adequate for the town of Hood and its water supplies?
As the water provider for the town of Hood, no, that would not be adequate. In my opinion, the proposed mitigation is reactive, and it could leave the town of Hood without water for the time needed to develop an injection plan or deepen wells. DWR proposes to monitor changing groundwater conditions as the project is constructed and moved forward and mitigate if needed. The the suggested mitigation measures are reactive and they can take a long time to implement. It takes a while to drill a well. It takes a while to deepen a well, leaving Hood reliant on imported water for long periods of time. So from a water provider perspective, that's problematic. I think the SCWA suggestion that DWR take a more proactive approach and develop an alternative water supply for the town of Hood. We've suggested an approach which would connect the town of Hood to the larger Zone 40 service area, which would ensure reliable water supplies during the construction.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Folia, I'd like to turn to you. A few questions.
Okay.
Do you recall Ms. Morris asking you about the purpose of stating that DWR should analyze the impacts at RMP 10?
Yes.
And can you please explain further the purpose of this statement?
Yes. So as in the groundwater sustainability plan, to evaluate project impacts against the minimum threshold, we need to evaluate. There is a need to evaluate project impacts against the minimum threshold. It's not only a modeling analysis, but it's really like it goes back to what I just said about the well inventory. There is the need to analyze all the wells and all the beneficial users and uses that might be impacted by both, I would say, by management of the groundwater. That's what's requested in the GSP, and by the new DCP operation and construction and operation. So there is the need to have a clear understanding of which are the beneficial users that are at risk. And with beneficial users, we define interconnected surface water that cannot be decreased in space and time, groundwater dependent ecosystem, and shallow domestic wells. So the groundwater sustainability plan kind of consider these three beneficial users under the same type of approach, because they are all shallow. So they are the first one to be impacted.
Okay, thank you. Do you know when the GSA finalized and submitted its GSP to DWR?
Yeah, finalized and approved by the different GSA's board in December 2021, and submitted to DWR January 2022.
Okay. And do you know when DWR released the draft EIR for the DCP?
July 2022.
Okay. And do you know when DWR released the final EIR for the DCP?
It's December 2023.
Okay. And so the South American subbasin, it appears, developed its sustainable management criteria prior to DWR releasing its draft and final EIR, correct?
That's correct.
So in your opinion, was there an opportunity for DWR to have incorporated those analytical approaches in the GSP into their groundwater modeling and analysis effort in the EIR?
Yeah, with the same as mentioned in the testimony, with the same metrics for the two projects, it would be it would be possible to really compare and analyze impacts and changes that are happening because of DCP operation and construction and operation. So that's what we were discussing yesterday. We understand that there are two different models used, but it's possible to use the two models to provide the same type of information, and using the most important would be to use the same metrics. And because of the timing, the GSP has not been modified after January 2022. So there was the GSAs had no chance to kind of align the GSP metrics to DWR and the DCP metrics, but it would have been possible the other way around. So the DWR could have included the GSP metrics into the final EIR.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall Ms. Morris asking you about your statement in paragraph 22 of your testimony that DCP diversions would potentially reduce river stage and change hydraulic gradients between surface water and groundwater?
Yes.
And what is the basis for your opinion that DCP diversions in surface water in the reach of the Sacramento River bounding the South American subbasin will potentially reduce river stage and change hydraulic gradients?
So this is the fact that there will be a reduction in leakage from the Sacramento River into the South American subbasin is calculated and presented in the DWR analysis in the EIR. So we didn't do new analysis, but we use the number available in the EIR to start understanding what's the what could be the long-term impact of this annual reduction in leakage from the Sacramento River into the South American subbasin. Again, the understanding is that we are not using exactly the same type of analysis at this moment, but there is the possibility to kind of align the two analyses and just and have a clear comparison of the loss in leakage presented in the EIR compared to the total water budget into the entire South American subbasin.
To the extent that DCP operations change stage in the Sacramento River, can you please explain where you would anticipate seeing this change in stage?
Yeah, so this will happen in and around the intakes and definitely downstream of the intakes. So it's in the entire stretch of the river, which is downstream of the intakes.
Okay. Do you recall Ms. Morris asking you whether you had reviewed the DCP operations plan?
Yes.
And I believe your answer yesterday was that you hadn't. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And since the hearing yesterday, have you had an opportunity to at least skim through the operations plan?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is there anything in the operations plan that would change the opinions you provided in your testimony yesterday or this morning so far?
No.
Okay.
Objection, that question is outside the scope of the testimony or of the direct that I conducted.
I'll allow it and you'll have a chance to follow up, Ms. Morris.
Okay. Dr. Folia, do you recall being asked whether the GSA bases its sustainable management criteria for interconnected surface water or on high or low flow conditions?
Yes. And I answered that is based on low flow condition.
Can you please explain what you mean by stating that it is based on low flow conditions?
Yeah, so the GSPs are required to use fall conditions to evaluate early changes in storage and early changes in the water budget. And so the minimum thresholds that are used in the map that I also showed yesterday, they refer all to fall condition, considering that fall condition might be when all the basins are at their minimum. And so those are the time when even a small amount of water can make a difference because the basins is all so close to the minimum threshold eventually. So with respect to interconnected surface water, the concerning time period is late summer and fall. And this is, as I said, when groundwater levels are at the minimum, but also when stream flows is lower. So I want to point out that leakage occurs throughout the year. It might, and so, and if the leakage, but definitely if the leakage it's reduced during late summer and fall, may have a bigger impact into the water budget into the South American subbasin. And that's why we were asking for eventually getting more refined information from the DWR analysis around time and spatial contribute or a reduction in leakage from the from the Sacramento River into the South American subbasin. That would help understanding when a critical condition may happen and when there would be the need for some mitigation.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall Ms. Morris asking you whether Sigma requires a GSA to manage non-groundwater pumping related changes to interconnected surface water?
Yes.
Okay. Even if a GSA is not required to manage non-groundwater related changes to interconnected surface water, if a non-groundwater related change affects interconnected surface water and all other variables in the GSA's water budget are held constant, will the budget be out of balance?
Yes.
Is it possible that the GSA would need to manage groundwater pumping to make up for the effect of the non-groundwater related change on the water budget?
Yes.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence. This witness has not established that this project will cause. In fact, all of the testimony says possible, possible, possible. And there's no facts and evidence that there would be any impact caused from the DCP operations.
I
or
said,
construction.
no, sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
said even if it was conditional and
So we're understood. The question is a hypothetical, as I understand it, right? Or yeah.
What's the basis of the hypothetical? And the hypothetical questions I've been asking, I've been asked to point to something that would make it a realistic hypothetical. So same objection here is what's the basis of the hypothetical if there's no evidence in the record to support it?
To support that there was a potential reduction in groundwater recharge. Is that what you're getting to? I'm
Yes.
not following Ms. Morris.
In several questions I asked hypotheticals, I was asked by the hearing officer to point to testimony or something that would support the hypothetical. And this same question, what's the basis that there is any evidence in either of these witnesses' testimony that there will be an impact from DCP construction or operations?
Isn't that the entirety of the testimony? I'm going to allow the question. I will allow the question. Go ahead, Mr. Ferguson. Overruled.
do you need me to repeat the question, Dr. Folia?
Yeah,
Recall.
maybe. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, no. I remember now. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so we know that there will be a loss in leakage because this is presented in the DWR analysis and is the 1,556 acre feet per year that we mentioned yesterday, and it's in my testimony, page 10. So there is a number of reductions. So we know that there will be a reduction, and if there is a reduction and this reduction is significant and bring the basin out of its current sustainable condition, there might be the need for the GSAs to manage the pumping in order to bring the basin back into balance because of the reduced recharge.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall Ms. Morris asking you whether groundwater pumping in the South American subbasin is impacting surface water beneficial uses?
Yes.
And do you recall your answer to her question?
I answer no, and the reason is because, as I said yesterday, the way the minimum thresholds are defined is to protect all beneficial users and uses. So surface water user would be protected within this approach.
And does your answer that the basin is sustainably managed account for the current quantity of stream leakage from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that DWR's operation of the DCP would reduce leakage from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin as compared to current conditions?
Yes. Reduction in leakage is estimated by the Delta groundwater model, and it's presented in the analysis from DWR.
And would this reduction in leakage, holding all other variables in the water budget constant, create an imbalance in the water budget?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I will turn to Ms. Morris. Do you have follow-up based on that?
I do. Regarding the leakage that you just stated, in your testimony, you stated that it was 4%, correct? Based on the South American River Subbasin COSANA model numbers, comparing that to the leakage in the Delta groundwater model.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday you testified that you agreed comparing the numbers between two models was like comparing apples to oranges, correct?
Yeah.
So if you use the water budget and did you do a similar percentage analysis for the leakage based on the Delta groundwater model?
No, and that's what it's requested with this idea of providing similar metrics. We did not do the analysis for the Delta groundwater model, just for the GSP numerical model.
And what analysis was done to show that wells, shallower wells, such as those that are above the tunnel alignment, will be impacted?
In the groundwater in the groundwater sustainability plan, you mean?
No, in your testimony.
We did not do the analysis, and we just look at the metrics that are defined in the groundwater sustainability plan, and they are different from what it's in the DWR analysis. So it's difficult to compare and fully understand the potential impact.
Would you agree that the groundwater sustainability plan, in order to measure or define undesirable results, it looks at multiple wells throughout the South American subbasin over 3 consecutive years, correct?
Yes.
So how can the Department of Water Resources do an analysis that's clear with those metrics when we're not impacting all of the areas within the South American subbasin?
That's
Objection.
what
This line of questioning is outside of the scope of my redirect.
I mean, the witness said very clearly in her answer that we should have used the metrics in the GSP, and I'm trying to understand that.
And I would like to, and Mr. Ferguson, if you need a follow-up, I'll allow, this is helpful discussion for me. So go ahead, Ms. Morris.
Do you recall the question? Can you answer? Thanks.
Yeah. So the Delta groundwater models still include the entire area of the South American subbasin. So it is possible, we don't know the extent. This reduction of leakage is really going to have an impact on the entire balance on the balance for the entire subbasin. So having a model that is exactly covering the subbasin, it would be possible to use the same metrics used in the GSP to analyze, at least at the very minimum, the wells that are within a certain radius, but it's which is really what we are asking for. The 40 wells that we mentioned as domestic wells and the 4 public supply wells, they are within a mile from the operation. And the metrics that is defined in the GSP is right now applied to those 45 wells that we defined back in 2022, but it can be extended and used for other wells. So the scope is to understand the impact is not immediate, and the impact is not just within half a mile. When we look at the years into the future for operation.
And would you agree that the Delta groundwater model is a larger area, covers other subbasins or other basins than the South American subbasin, correct?
Yeah.
And so that leakage number is for the entirety of the Delta groundwater model area, not just the COSANA area, correct?
It's not. It's a Sacramento River component. Does not include the San Joaquin, and it's true. That's why I was presenting the differences between the two areas. And also I want to point out that COSANA has been used by 3 different groundwater basins, and the numbers that are in my testimony just refer to the section of the COSANA model that align with the South American subbasin. So it's not from the entire COSANA model.
And are you aware that the FEIR did look at project impacts in the regional area, including the areas covered by the South American subbasin in terms of changes in water levels and showed those in contours.
But those are average over, and those are average over a big space and over time. And that's where eventually these local impacts might be having a different type of effect.
I might have another follow-up question, but Ms. Smits, I had a question for you. Are you aware that the groundwater rights in the South American subbasin have been adjudicated?
No, that's no.
So they have not, or you're
No, they have not. I was a little surprised at the thought. So no.
And would you agree that groundwater sustainability plans cannot impact water rights?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
If you're aware.
I defer to my attorney.
That's fair. Dr. Folia, you mentioned in your response to Mr. Ferguson that DWR was requiring certain improvements to the groundwater sustainability plan for the South American subbasin. Do you recall that response?
I don't think I said that. I don't recall that. I didn't say that DWR is actually DWR approved the plan.
Are you aware that DWR requested more information to provide a sufficient analysis of surface water depletion effects?
DWR asked for a lot of, they call it recommended action, and all the GSPs are now working toward refinement of those type of information. Is not something, this was not a requirement that really prevented from approving the GSP. So DWR acknowledged that the basin is in sustainable condition right now, and the GSAs are consistently with the Sigma requirements, they are working toward even improving this type of sustainability.
And do you recall you answered some questions for Mr. Ferguson in paragraph 22 of your testimony? If we want to pull that up, I think it's SCWA 12.
Oh, about the hydraulic gradients?
And would you agree in your testimony that you say that there could potentially reduce river stage? You do not say that it will reduce river stage, right?
Yes.
And you agree, or you haven't changed your opinion between yesterday and today, that you have not reviewed any of the water surface information, water level information provided by the Department of Water Resources in this proceeding or in the FEIR, correct?
Correct. I reviewed the operations system plan that provides information on how much water can be diverted depending on the conditions.
And who asked you to review that last night?
Because you asked me and I hadn't done it. So you asked the question.
So no one directed you to look at it? You just decided to look at it on your own?
Mm-hmm.
And you agree that that talks about bypass flows, but it doesn't show the water level changes or potential changes from the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree in paragraph 22 that in lines 21 through 23, you are not asserting an opinion, you are framing a question about whether the project changes would create an impact?
Yes. So you mean, yeah, line 20.
And I just want to confirm, you did not review Mr. Singh's testimony on water levels?
No, I did not.
I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And Mr. Ferguson, I promised you a chance to follow up. Would you like to follow up with anything?
No, thank you.
Great. Then with that, I think before we excuse the witnesses, maybe hold for just a moment. Mr. Ferguson, a question for you as a matter of clarity. I went back and read Sacramento County Water Agency's protest, and my understanding from at least the protest is that there is no claim of injury to Sacramento County Water Agency's water rights. Is that accurate? Is that the position of SCWA? Of a potential for injury?
I would, I assumed we had included a statement to that effect in the protest. I mean, it was framed.
I read it as and it doesn't, I'm not sure that you're stuck with what is it. Do you assert a claim of injury now? How about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection to the extent it conflicts with the information. I don't think it's appropriate to be able to change what's in your protest. And
Well, that's what I'm going to leave that open, but I would like to understand the position now of Sacramento County Water Agency, and then whether or not you're stuck with what's in your protest is another question. Just so you know, Mr. Ferguson, I don't, according to my word, Control F said the word injury doesn't appear in the protest, but that may be something to look into. So
Okay.
can you
Well,
just
that
describe for me the mechanism of what mechanism is Sacramento County Water Agency claiming for any claim of injury?
Well, there could be injury to the town of Hood's wells, which they supply the town of Hood, and that's been articulated in the testimony of Dr. Folia and Ms. Schmitz. There also, and that could be in the form of construction-related impacts or effects on water levels. And then there could be a broader effect on the basin related to reductions in leakage, and that reduction in leakage affects the total quantity of water available in the basin, and from which SCWA draws its groundwater. And to the extent there's less water available, then there's in total there'd be potentially less water available for SCWA to pump.
Do you think that, I mean, in that respect, does SCWA's the priority of its water rate matter in this analysis? Or because it's
It could, in
I mean,
certain circumstances, depending on the volume available and the demands on the system, but that's
and I'm giving it, I'm opening the, I'm trying to be somewhat transparent about what this one is an interesting question for me, because well, here are all the things I'm thinking about, which is we have an unknown priority date for Sacramento County Water Agency's water rights. If we're just looking at injury, I understand there's the larger issue of public interest as well that's framed in the protest. And then we have a change petition, which is just a general standard of injury that priority, you can't, a change cannot injure a junior water right holder either. However, then we have this fact that to some extent, this is foreign water in the system because it's water that's been stored and rediverted, some of it that will come through the tunnels. So I'm trying to sort that all out, but that may be something for both of you to think about in closing briefs or even for rebuttal, possibly if injury is a claim, that there's some pretty complicated elements here that may need to be worked out, which is why, once again, I wonder if there's an opportunity for settlement, that this one is, it's a tricky question, sort of taking, I know the department is very interested in getting an order sooner rather than later, and this may be a piece of this project that possibly could be worked out. So if there is a way for the AHO to help with any discussions, or you think there's room there, I would encourage that and certainly support that, but I leave that to your able representatives to talk to each other about whether that's a possibility. I don't know, but that's
okay.
what
I appreciate that, and I hear what you're saying.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I just want to make sure that all the information that was just exchanged, and which is really more of a legal discussion, is not evidence that can be used on the record. Okay, and then of course we have, and without disclosing, we've had a few settlement conversations, and I think that in terms of the issues that are raised in these testimonies, the department is willing to consider additional discussions. So I know Mr. Ferguson was not part of those, but I'm happy, Mr. Ferguson, to reach out to you if we want to do that. We are open and available to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think SCWA is willing to have that discussion.
Okay. And I just my question, I think I was still talking and you said no, but I'm not sure the hearing officer Kinsey that was not evidence got on to the transcript.
I was just going to reiterate that our exchange here and my exchange with the attorneys and any statements made by the attorneys are not under oath. It is not evidence and it cannot be relied on in terms of factual findings in an order. The legal discussion, of course, is legal argument, and that's to be considered. And then as well, the legal arguments you will include in your closing briefs, et cetera, et cetera. But yes, this exchange is not testimony to be relied upon in making findings of fact. Thank you. Thank you for that exchange.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your willingness to talk to each other. Thank you so much to the witnesses. I really appreciate this. This was a very helpful discussion, and I appreciate your time and your testimony and your attention to all of our questions. And you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kenzie, I have not been engaged on a day-to-day basis here, so I don't know the protocol and moving your exhibits into the record. Is that happening now,
We're
or?
doing this later,
Okay.
So there's no need. Yes, but
Okay, good.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
With that, I believe it is time for us to move to Mr. Stork. And Mr. Stork, I think we previously elevated, so you are here. Mr. Flanders, you have a hand raised, please.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
If I may, before we begin with the testimony of witnesses from Friends of the River and CISPA, I would like to offer a brief introductory
Opening.
remark and
Great.
opening statement.
Yes, and I was just going to, and now I realize I should have asked you, I was going to ask Mr. Stork whether that was happening and who I should look to. So here we are. So Mr. Flanders, please, if you'd like to make an opening statement for Friends of the River.
Thank you. Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey, members of the board. My name is Jason Flanders, counsel for California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, CISPA, and Friends of the River in this proceeding. Starting today, you'll hear testimony on behalf of these groups and their co-protestants from 7 witnesses providing diverse and fact-based reasons why DWR's petition should be denied. These witnesses will show that the DCP's environmental harms will be far greater than DWR discloses, and the board cannot approve the DCP in a manner consistent with law or the public interest. Starting today with Ron Stork of Friends of the River, Mr. Stork will recount nearly 100 years of California water history to paint a vivid picture of how much bigger this project is than a 45-mile-long tunnel and diversion facility. With a Delta conveyance in place, many massive water projects that have been proposed over the course of decades can finally come to fruition, causing considerably more harm to freshwater flows in the Delta and throughout the state than DWR admits. Next, Dave Hurley of CISPA describes firsthand how the decades-long decline of freshwater flows and fish populations in the Delta has decimated local businesses with ties to commercial and recreational fishing. Later today, or possibly Monday, CISPA Executive Director Chris Schutz will explain how DWR's operational assumptions for the State Water Project using the DCP are only that, assumptions, since there's no binding flow limits that would give reliability to DWR's forecasts. On the contrary, the evidence shows an ever-increasing pressure to maximize water exports, and this should be the assumed future for the DCP, incentivizing changed operations, increased water transfers. Moreover, regular reliance on temporary urgency change petitions will, without question, weaken what few regulatory limits are in place. Next, Dave Fries from San Joaquin Audubon Society will present a wealth of information demonstrating that the DCP would affect far more birds than the EIR represents and that impacts to numerous avian species would go unmitigated. Much later, on October 27th, you'll hear from Christina Swanson, Charles Center, and Heather Cooley. Christina Swanson is an independent expert scientist with decades of experience in California's waters, fisheries, and climate change. Her testimony makes absolutely clear that DWR's climate assumptions are both incomplete and deeply flawed, and that the DCP will likely not operate as DWR predicts, overestimating its water supply performance and underestimating its environmental effects. Further, Ms. Swanson will testify that the fish screens at DWR's proposed intake facility are novel and untested, and that 2 new diversions will have significant impacts on Chinook salmon, steelhead, sturgeon, and other at-risk fish. Charles Center will testify as a concerned California resident and a business owner in El Dorado County about the recreational interests in the upper watershed impacted by the DCP taking more and more water from the north for south of Delta use. And finally, Heather Cooley of the Pacific Institute presents extensive and well-documented alternatives for increasing water availability, such as improved urban water use efficiency, water reuse, and stormwater capture, Ms. Cooley's testimony shows, among other things, how DWR's massive capital investment is not in the public interest when compared to lower cost localized projects. Thank you, and with that, I'd like to call our first witness, Ron Stork.
Thank you, Mr. Flanders. Welcome, Mr. Stork. I'm going to take just a brief pause and turn right back to you, but I wanted to extend an apology to Mr. Ferguson. Hopefully you're still listening. I am informed that injury indeed appears in Sacramento County Water Agency's protest in the attachment 3. I apparently didn't get that far, so I apologize for that. We know it's there. It is there, and I didn't mean to cause unnecessary alarm on the spot. So with that, I owed that. With that, I will turn to Mr. Stork and I will administer the oath. Mr. Stork, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And then with that, I will look back to you, Mr. Flanders, to present Mr. Stork as your witness.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Ms. Mullen, would you kindly elevate Exhibit FOR 007, which is a PowerPoint presentation for Ron Stork? And with that, Ron, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and others who are listening in. I'm presenting a summary of my testimony, which is largely the history of north to south water export projects and the relevance to this proceeding. Next slide. I've been around a while, working at Friends River since '87 and working on water issues since '77. I'm even an historic water person, according to the Water Education Foundation, and I've provided expert testimony of a similar fashion in a number of other water rights proceedings. Next slide. This is a photograph of the McCloud River, which is relevant to discussion later. Thank you. Next slide. Again, the purpose of the testimony is to remind the proceeding and the board that these trans-delta diversions have historically been part of projects to export Northern California waters to the South State, and they still are. And we're going to be talking about past measures to prevent additional damming and overtapping of North State rivers, which are not readily apparent in the current proposal. Next slide. Again, essentially restating that in the past, lots of water was heading from the North State to the South State, and the Delta Tunnel project could reignite interest in previously stalled or abandoned development schemes without any obvious mitigation. Incidentally, the photograph to the right is the Shasta snow wreath, which only grows around Shasta Reservoir, interestingly enough, and no doubt was buried by the reservoir before the hand. Next slide. These projects have some pretty obvious, significant negative environmental impacts on Northern California rivers, fisheries, and ecosystems. Next slide. Next slide. We have to start somewhere in retelling the history here, and probably 100 years back is a good place, and that's the Marshall Plan back in 1919, which was the first plan to move vast quantities of North State water to the areas of deficiency in the San Joaquin Valley in Southern California. Next slide. And the legislature was suitably impressed um, by these proposals, and in 1933 actually authorized the CVP, which was originally a state project, and which was soon federally authorized, and construction for Shasta and Fryette dams took place largely during World War II. Next slide. After the war, the Department of Interior produced this delightful, beautiful book, detailed plan for the development of resources for the CVP, which was subtitled Our Rivers Total Use for Greater Wealth, which I'd say characterized the perspectives of the era. And there were 38 major Central Valley Basin reservoirs proposed with 30 million acre feet of storage. Ambitious. Next slide. Looking back a bit, 1927 and 1931, bulletins 12 and 25 were published by the state, which was one reason why a few years later the legislature authorized the CVP. But we didn't really get to the magnum opus of the state's plan until 1957 with the publication of Bulletin 3. Everyone should have it on their bookshelves. I have it in more than one bookshelf in my office. The scale of damming and exporting was tremendous, with every waterway dammed often multiple times. And the Trans-Delta system was expected to transfer a mere 18,330,000 acre feet of water per season across the Delta. We don't do that now. It's only 4 million or so, sometimes more, sometimes less, but it was an ambitious plan. Next slide. And the cover of Bulletin 3, I think, summarized it well, as the big arrows pointing from the North State to the South State across the Delta and into the San Joaquin Valley, and all the way down to almost the Mexican border. Next slide. A somewhat more detailed plate. It's the last page of Bulletin 3, so it's easy to find, and it puts some numbers on the arrows that you saw on the cover. Next slide. It wasn't long after the publication of Bulletin 3 that the legislature passed the Burns-Porter Act, which essentially authorized the State Water Project and Oroville Dam, and providing for bond issuance to finance the project. Next slide. The Delta transfer facilities in the 1960 legislation and authorization, and for that matter, statewide ballot measure, was thought at the time to only be able to provide a supply of 2.3 million acre feet. But by 1962, the State Water Project had signed, or the department had signed 4.2 million acre feet of contracts. That wasn't considered to be much of a problem because Bulletin 3 envisioned damming much of the Klamath, Trinity, and Eel rivers, where a lot of water was expected to be made available. And the Eel River was the next major state water project development. It was expected to be able to produce a couple million acre feet, which would make up for the shortage in contracts versus supply. Next slide. Originally starting with the Dos Rios Dam, only 900,000 acre feet. And incidentally, as the entire Eel River plan would not just propose a dam at Dos Rios, but all over the Eel River system. And that's how it gets to 2 million acre feet a year. However, at the time, there was some backlash building. In 1968, the National Wild and Scenic River System was passed. Interestingly enough, the Middle Fork of the Feather was one of the first, well, was in the initial system with its boundary down to the high water mark of Oroville Reservoir. 1973, the legislature in 1972 passed the Wild and Scenic River System Act and creating the Wild and Scenic River System, protecting the North Coast rivers, the Eel, the Trinity, and the Klamath. And in 1973, it became effective. Next slide. For those of you who don't remember, President Reagan, good Republican, signed this bill, and it was authored by State Senator Peter Bear, also good Republican. Next slide. So this the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act clearly derailed the department's plans for expansion of the State Water Project. In order to complete the project, the peripheral canal was proposed, and it was double joined with Proposition 8, which had a supermajority requirement for exports of water from the state water Wild and Scenic River System. The concern at the time was that it only would take a majority vote of the legislature, a simple majority vote of the legislature, and signature by the governor to undo the protection. And as part of the package for the peripheral canal, the legislature created essentially a 2/3 requirement for export projects to come from this system, and it was all put together in a grand package, which fell apart in 1982 when there was a statewide referendum on SB 200, which was rejected by the voters, and at the same time nullifying the protections that the SB 200 had for the state Wild and Scenic River System. A little complicated there, but next slide. And just pointing out from the previous slide that also part of that, effectively part of that package was Jerry Brown's petition to get Governor Jerry Brown's petition to get the state wild and scenic rivers admitted into the national system, which ultimately was successful. So that turned the attention of the State Water Project expansion folks, and for that matter, CVP expansion folks, onto the San Joaquin and Sacramento rivers and Delta. Next slide. It took a while to put the package together, but something emerged in 2000 called the CalFed Record of Decision, which dangled prospects for 5 Bay Delta surface storage projects by recommending investigations. The sites in Temperance Flat Dam ones were in the further consideration category, where Shasta Dam and Los Vaqueros were considered to be not needing further investigations to be able to move forward. And all of the projects were to be if constructed and operated on a beneficiaries pay principle. Next slide. It's obvious and easy to understand if you look at the long history of water development in the Western United States that beneficiaries pays principles are not popular with water agencies who are constantly exploring ways to get around them. Next slide. Part of that was the 2014, most recently anyway, the 2014 California Water Bond, which set aside $2.7 billion to finance public benefits on speculation that there would be public benefits for storage projects. And the Water Infrastructure Improvement Act in 2016 enabled reclamation to finance up to 25% of the costs of non-federal projects and 50% of the costs of reclamations projects. This was Senator Feinstein's drought bill. The Infrastructure Investments and Job Act, bipartisan infrastructure bill, in 2021 extended to some degree the WIN Act provisions and financing opportunities. And the recent reconciliation bill just threw the whole concept of beneficiaries pays for public or federal benefits out the window and provided $1 billion non-reimbursable, essentially free grants of money to folks that the Department of Interior would favor with for storage dams and canals. Next slide. It's also clear that both, well, the federal government especially has been interested in squeezing out as much water of its system. The WIN Act provided or commanded two secretaries to provide the maximum quantity of water supplies practicable to CVP and state water project contractors. Trump's 2018 memo commanded these secretaries to identify regulations and procedures that unduly burdened the projects and develop plans to suspend, revise, or rescind them. Next slide. The President Trump in his second term has complained that there's enormous quantities of water flowing wastefully to the sea and directed the Secretary of the Interior to operate and deliver more water and produce more hydropower, notwithstanding any contrary state or local laws. Parenthetically, he also said, let's expeditiously take measures to deliver federal water to Southern California in the context of the fires. And the Corps of Engineers actually released a bunch of water from 2 dams that, of course, were not connected to the CVP or to the State Water Project, and so no water made it to Southern California. Next slide. So I think it's here the introductory slide is meant to talk about the consequences of increased capacity of the Delta transfer facilities going forward, assuming that such a project is constructed. Next slide. This is not a hypothetical. DWR is expecting to increase exports by about 500,000 acre-feet per year associated with this project. And at the same time, it does appear, at least looking in the past and looking in the present, that State Water Project and CVB contractors and perhaps others are more likely to invest in additional water storage in Northern California because of the perception of more available and more reliable transport capacity through the Delta. Next slide. Next slide. These are our 4 just some samples of some foreseeable consequences of the expansion of Delta conveyance capacity. One is the Shasta Reservoir expansion of the Shasta Dam raise, which was part of the CalFed record of decision. It's also illegal to build that project since 1989. Governor George Dickmajian added protection for the McCloud River under the California Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, and you can't put a reservoir on a river protected by such statutes. Attorney General Becerra and environmental groups successfully sued to derail the project. However, Reclamation in 2020 essentially denied or created EIS, or sorry, no, an EIS, not an EIR, to object to the previous conclusions in the lawsuit and in their 2014 EIS, which adopted the fairly reasonable conclusion that raising the reservoir was in conflict with the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. That was denied in 2020, and there's every evidence that we're expecting a renewed effort to pursue this illegal project at the federal level. Next slide. So the question is, what is the relevance of this project to the Delta conveyance capacity? Well, the deputy general manager at Westlands indicated that raising Shasta Dam would not be a high priority until the delta is removed as a roadblock. That's what he was saying in 2013. He subsequently has retired, but I think that represented Westland's view at the time, and I don't see any expanded protection for the Shasta Dam raise threat as part of this project proposal. You could ask me later on what that might be. Next slide. The McCloud River is quite a remarkable place, and this is Big Springs on the McCloud. Next slide. I almost hesitate to bring up this project since we have a hearing officer in charge of both of them. But hearing officer Kenzie, just put on your blinders and don't listen to what I'm saying here. The Sites Reservoir project is a 1.5 million acre foot offstream reservoir, which was in the federal plans and in the 57 water plan in various incarnations, and was in SB 200 to be authorized as a contingent or conditionally authorized in SB 200, but was rejected by the voters in 1982. The department then moved forward with plans and handed it over to the Sites Authority, which was formed in 2010, and is proposing to export water. Maybe the yield is a little bit north of a couple 100,000 acre feet per year to primarily the South of Delta contractors. And it expects to receive at least 900 million in Prop 1 funds, maybe a bit more, and a couple $1 billion federal loan plus other loans and grants to get the project going. Next slide. The Sites Reservoir is proposing to have the same proposed place of use as the State Water Project and the CVP, a fairly ambitious goal. Next slide. I don't know why I included 2 slides, but there they are, 2 slides. Next slide. Former Metropolitan Water District General Manager Jeff Keitlinger, who is still around, was very unambiguous that Sites Reservoir was not an interesting for Metropolitan Water District without that Delta isolated facility. Subsequently, Metropolitan has been funding the planning costs of sites with others, has been funding that on speculation that the tunnel would receive approval from the board and be able to be constructed as well. So in effect, those two projects are linked. Next slide. I think a more interesting one, in the sense that it's San Joaquin Valley focused, is the water blueprint for the San Joaquin Valley. It's largely being driven by the Friant Water Authority and other Southern San Joaquin Valley interests. And its original goal was to get a couple million acre feet of delta water, additional delta water, to be a solution to the persistent groundwater mining in the Southern San Joaquin Valley. Next slide. As part of that project, it had adopted Reclamation's 19-era Mid-Valley unit of the CVP, which called for a couple thousand acre feet of expanded Jones pumping plant capacity, an enlarged Delta Mendota Canal, the Mid-Valley Canal, which is kind of a branching canal that came from the Mendota Pool and heads to the northern part of the Friant Authority area. That would be areas roughly served by the Friant Madera Canal and the northern part of the Friant Kern Canal. And the blueprint also, not the CVP part, but the blueprint calls for additional canals just running straight across the valley from the California Aqueduct, even down to enlarging the Cross Canal at the very southern end of the Friant Kern Canal and California Aqueduct. Next slide. And looking at the blueprint's most recent website, it's now calling for an additional 9 million acre feet of water, which is ambitious and I think environmentally and unrealistic, but there are probably differences of opinion on that. Now, next slide. The blueprint is clearly dependent on expanded delta conveyance. And Reclamation in 1981 was really quite clear about that. That it required the Peripheral Canal as well as the Auburn Dam to be successful at meeting its goals of bringing water from the Sacramento River to the east side of the San Joaquin Valley, Southern San Joaquin Valley. And unlike the proposals that emerged around SB 200, again, I don't see in this proposal from the department a package of mitigation measures that would protect Northern California, and for that matter, anybody's resources from the water blueprint. Next slide. Something that might actually be more feasible is the San Joaquin, the San Luis Reservoir expansion. And I don't know about Pacheco Dam. Well, we'll come to that later. For almost $1 billion, there's a consensus agreement to expand San Luis Reservoir by about 130,000 acre feet, with Valley Water being the major proponent and potential financier of the project. Reclamation pay about 30% of non-reimbursable subsidies for the project. And there are aspirations in indeed a bill for additional state subsidies for this project. And the reconciliation bill could fund this project as well. And of course, the San Luis Reservoir sits at the hub of Delta and State Water Project and CVP facilities, and of course, these other contemplated actions to increase Delta diversions. Next slide. Pacheco Dam, it's a $3 billion, 140,000 acre foot dam, drew its water from San Luis Reservoir to Valley Water, either CVP or State Water Project. Got a $500 million allocation from the California Water Bond. And the expectations were that the increased San Luis Reservoir refill capacity associated with the Delta Tunnel project might make it easier to get water out of San Luis Reservoir. And this is not in my testimony, but many people have seen that quite recently the Pacheco Dam told the Water Commission that it would not be seeking the bond allocation anymore. And I'll let the lawyers sort out whether or not that last part is admissible. Next slide. Del Puerto Dam is a project being pursued by the Del Puerto Water District with the exchange contractors as partners. And it's got WINAC grandfathering, and it squeaked by, so it is still eligible for a California Water Bond allocation. These projects always do better with subsidies, and it would receive CDP water via the San Luis and Delta Medota Canal, and obviously that's from the Delta. Next slide. If you add those projects together, that would be 354,000 acre feet of expanded storage capacity, and also with the consequent expanded bathtub rings on the landscape and additional capacity to accept Delta exports. Next slide. And lest we forget, Phil Eisenberg's joke daring the State Water Project and department to actually construct this thing, but he got authorized from the legislature and the governor to authorize a 1,730,000 acre foot reservoir site south of San Luis Reservoir, which has never really happened. Largely because San Luis Reservoir was sized pretty well in relationship to the ability of the Delta pumps and Delta conveyance facilities to bring water to San Luis. And there hasn't been room for Los Banos Grandes. But who knows? Expansion opportunities may change that, and Los Banos Grandes becomes part of the State Water Project facility future. Next slide. Temperance Flat Dam on the San Joaquin River. River that's fully appropriated, but still the proposed site of California's second highest dam, over 1 million acre feet. BLM, Bureau of Land Management, has actually recommended the site for wild and scenic river status. And Temperance Flat Dam modelers concluded that an integrated operation with Delta water export operations, i.e., Delta water export operations, could better exploit Temperance Flat Dam's water supply benefits, with an obvious implication to the capacity of export operations in the Delta. Next slide. Some folks have never forgotten the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, and they remember, of course, the defeat of 2/3 requirement for exporting from state wild and scenic rivers. And Tulare County being one place where the Board of Supervisors has suggested that the state revisit those wild and scenic river designations for the North Coast rivers. So who knows? The Ewe River was always part of Delta transfer operation plans years ago. Next slide. And one can never forget Auburn Dam, a couple million acre foot reservoir inundating about 50 miles of the north and middle forks of the American River. It's federally authorized. It did lose its water rights in 2009, but it is federally authorized, and a confident federal administration may not care what the state thinks. It's also eligible for National Recreation Area and Wild and Scenic River designations. And it was the headwaters of a big east side canal, essentially the mirror image of the California Water Aqueduct, the Edmund G. Pat Brown Aqueduct, except on the east side, and it went all the way to Tulare. And it was the start of it. Next slide. Something that has not been forgotten. Last year, Congressman Duarte, as part of a field hearing, congressional field hearing, suggested an extension of the Folsom South Canal, in this case, down to the pumping facilities in the Delta, essentially a way of building his own mini peripheral canal or tunnel, or down to the Stanislaus River, which was part of the way of the old East Side Canal. And I'm reminded of the Auburn Folsom units champion back in the day. I actually am old enough to remember this quite well. Senator Ruben Ayala, Democrat Chino, was the author of SB 200, was also the author of authorizations for the Auburn Dam. And it wasn't done just for Northern California water resources. He's from Chino. I don't see any proposed protections to mitigate this risk to the American River as part of this DWR's proposal in front of us today. So next slide, hoping we're going to get down to this pretty quick. The Marysville Dam, apparently still authorized. And once again, no mitigation for keeping this back, this bad idea from coming back. Next slide. Okay, maximizing deliveries. Next slide. Yes. CVP is not complete. Next slide. Part of the incomplete aspirations are the expansion for the CVP, the Shasta and San Luis reservoirs, Temperance Flat Dam, Auburn Dam, and the Mid-Valley Canal, all made more feasible by Delta Tunnel Project. Next slide. There are obviously parts of the rights of the State Water Project and the CVP that routinely are not delivered because of operational constraints or drought. Idea of the Delta Tunnel Project is to indeed reduce those operational constraints. So the project can, even within existing water rights, increase delta and diversions to the two projects. The CVP hoping to be a free rider on the state water project's dime. Next slide. Drawing down North State reservoirs in order to get water that previously was not available because of conveyance constraints is likely to have implications for cold water pools in these reservoirs and implications for downstream fisheries in and below the reservoirs. Next slide. And I'm old enough to remember what all happened in 1980 and the political compromises that emerged at the time to advance the peripheral canal. And I don't see them happening in 2025. Next slide. Those delta transfers have been the key to capturing more North State waters. And I've just said what the second bullet says and the third. So I'll go on to the next slide. Coming down to the end here. The list of impacts to North State River resources, including apparently the San Joaquin River as well. The environmental management goals of North State reservoirs and North State rivers is long. I provided a partial list and just reminding the board and the hearing officer that these grand projects were always part of expanded capacity in delta transfer, sometimes more obviously than others. And they are not formally part of the Delta Tunnel Project, but it doesn't mean that their historic relationships have been severed. in the minds of the project proponents and in the minds of environmentalists concerned with impacts of the projects, some of which I've listed previously. Next slide. And you'll be relieved to observe that I finally finished and my summary of my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Stork. I think I will look, my inclination is to move forward without a break to make sure we can get through Mr. Stork's testimony before noon. But would anyone like to call for a break? I think I'm the only one who's remained on the spot on camera. I'm fine. Ms. Carroll, will you be handling any questions for Mr. Stork?
I will, Hearing Officer Kinsey, thanks.
Please go ahead.
If I may, Ms. Kinsey,
Yes.
sorry, just can I briefly, just a few administrative housekeeping questions for Mr. Stork for myself?
Sure, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stork, I believe you have in your possession FOR exhibits 001 through 065. If necessary, we can pull those up, but I would like to ask just a few quick questions related to those. Is exhibit FOR 001 a true and accurate statement of your qualifications?
Yeah.
And is exhibit FOR 002 a true and accurate copy of your testimony in this matter?
Yes, although I've prepared an errata version, which you have, but has not yet been submitted to them. But the hearing officer hasn't called for them yet, so hopefully they will be.
Yeah, would you characterize those errata as substantive or more in the nature of clerical, stylistic?
I think mostly clerical, although there was one word that was missing that changed the entire meaning of the sentence, but people won't be surprised.
And did you prepare exhibit 002 yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, as well as the proposed corrections?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to inquire with the hearing officer as to the procedure for leave for Mr. Stork to file a corrected testimony of the nature he described.
Yes, please go ahead and submit the errata. If you would, please, I think our new practice now is to, you can upload it to the FTP site, but then please send an email to the AHO or the DCP inbox and then CC the service list so everyone will know it's there. It's a little, I think, I guess I'll look to Ms. Carroll. Do you want Mr. Stork to make those errata on the record so that you're aware of them now?
That would be greatly appreciated. And I just want to make sure to clarify, there is a corrected version of FOR 002. There is another corrected version?
So I'm not aware that there was a corrected version. I didn't offer any corrections, but it's possible that people who are filing may have made a mistake during the filing.
I'm not aware either of the scope of the errata that were offered on FOR 002, but I would like Mr. Stork to have the opportunity to submit the corrections he has provided today.
Well, let's clarify this. Let me pull up. Now I'm looking to see what we have, although I'm sure Ms. Carroll is correct here. Yes, I see we have a corrected version for Mr. Stork, but I don't see that we have an uncorrected version. So I think we only have a corrected version. Quickly scanning through, I don't see any red marks that indicate what the correct what that means. So it sounds like what we're going to get is a correction to the correction, which was the original file sent to the AHO as far as we know.
So I have a track changes version as well as the corrected version that Mr. Flanders has in his possession today.
So I think where we are, and you can help me, Ms. Carroll, is if it would be helpful for Mr. Stork to point out the changes that will be submitted so that you are aware of them when you ask your questions. Is that where we
Yes,
stand?
please. Yes, thank you.
So if you would, Mr. Stork, walk us through any corrections that you plan to submit so that Ms. Carroll is aware of them when she asks her questions.
It might be more efficient to, for me to um, hear Miss Carroll's questions and see if there's any relevant errata, um, rather than go through,
Sure.
commas missing and all that kind of stuff.
Here's what I'm trying to think about how to do this. So, another option is to submit the errata. It sounds like you have a red line. Submit the errata now. We can make it available. Ms. Carroll, if you're amenable to this, your team could look at it in the background, and Mr. Stork can be on notice to make you aware of anything that comes up, and do it in that way. I'm trying to think of the most time efficient way to do this.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we should take that break. He can submit it. We can take a couple minutes to take a look at it really quickly and go from there.
Let's go ahead and do that. So if you would please, Mr. Stork, submit the errata red line to our team you can either upload it to the FTP site, that might be the easiest. And then our team will move it over to our FTP folder where it will be available to Ms. Carroll. You could also, if it's attachable, you could email it to Ms. Carroll. I just don't know, file sizes are sometimes an obstacle.
I can assist with those things.
Excellent.
And if I may, one final housekeeping question before we break,
Sure.
which is just, Mr. Stork, are you familiar with FOR exhibits 009 through 065, and did you rely on those for your testimony?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing this up so we can take care of it. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 11:02. And thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
All right, I believe it's time. Yes, 11:04. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Excellent. And Ms. Carroll, did you receive the corrected testimony?
I received it just now.
Yeah, we just received it just now too. All right. Um, how would you like to proceed? Are you comfortable moving forward with questions, given that your team now has it?
Yes, I believe so. I'm just scanning through and I think that we can move forward.
Okay. Let's go ahead and we can make sure we have Mr. Stork. And when you're ready, welcome back, Mr. Stork. You are off mute, and I'm sure you're working on the camera there.
I can't get video on. It's disabled by the host.
Oh, we may have turned you off. Let me look to my team. Can you please re-enable Mr. Stork or turn his video on? There we
go.
Excellent. And then with that, I will turn things over to you, Ms. Carroll. If at any point your team's, you need to take a pause because I realize the corrected testimony came in late. And if there are any surprises, just let me know. But with that, if you're ready to proceed, please ask Mr. Stork your questions.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. If I could just make one request to all of the protestants and to my team is that if we have corrected testimony, not only that we serve on the service list, but that we do it prior to our witnesses that are here to do cross-examine or provide testimony.
And I appreciate that too. That's a good reminder for everyone or request. So please do. And thank you, Ms. Carroll.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Stork. I had to double check the time. My name is Ann Carroll. I'm the General Counsel for the Department of Water Resources. Thank you for your time, and I just have a few questions for you today. So first, I'd like to know, have you read the project description for the Delta Conveyance project?
I can't remember. You throw a lot of documents at me.
Fair. Do you know if the Delta Conveyance project is a different project than the proposed California Water Fix project?
Yes.
And are you aware that the Bureau of Reclamation is not seeking a change of point of diversion through this hearing process for the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
And you know that's different because they did so in California Water Fix, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that DWR is not proposing any storage as part of the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
And then, in your experience, has DWR built a project, such as the Delta Conveyance project, without conducting environmental review under CEQA?
Well, the question is how complete the environmental review is. So, but DWR does comply with CEQA, at least to its own lights,
Thank you.
on the advice of its chief counsel.
And in your experience, do these water projects, are they also subject to other multiple regulatory processes?
Yes, and some are more important than others.
Okay. Are you aware of any water storage project in California that has been built without environmental review under CEQA?
Well, there's a whole bunch of them that were built before CEQA. Since CEQA, I don't believe any major projects have been built without some CEQA review. This is an EIS thing, but the Auburn Dam EIS, the first EIS was, I don't know, 10 or 20 pages. So it was considered to be state of the art at the time.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up the the corrected FOR 002 that we just recently received? And then if we could please go to paragraph 32 on page 16. We're almost there. Perfect. Thank you so much. And so do you see your testimony here that says the Delta Conveyance Project could cause heavier tapping of existing Northern California waters and heavier tapping of Northern California reservoirs?
Yes.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Mullen, could you also please pull up for me DWR 1101? Perfect. Thank you so much. Mr. Stork, are you aware that DWR has proposed permit conditions for this project during this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that one of these conditions states that DWR will not divert additional stored water releases beyond what would have been available absent the Delta Conveyance Project from Orville Reservoir or any of its now existing upstream reservoirs for the purpose of south of Delta State Water Project exports, except as provided in the term?
I see that.
Okay. And then if you scroll down just a little bit, Ms. Mullen, I think if we go down to the second proposed permit term, please. Are you aware that DWR has also proposed a permit condition that addresses how the Delta Conveyance Project will operate under excess conditions?
Yes.
And are you aware that we've also proposed a permit condition that addresses how the Delta Conveyance Project will operate under balanced conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. I think I'm done with this one. And then, Mr. Stork, in developing your testimony, did you perform any environmental impacts for any of the projects that you mentioned?
Well, it's not my job to perform the environmental impact analysis. You know, the NEPA and EIR reviews are done by the project proponents. And some of these projects are pre-NEPA, some of them are, some of them, of course, are just old NEPA and old CEQA.
And
They're not fresh.
And did you perform any modeling to support your testimony?
No, I'm not a modeler.
Okay, thank you.
I like to read models, but not to do them.
And then let's see, Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up FOR 002, the corrected version? I want to go to page 35. Okay, let's see. Perfect. And Mr. Stork, are you aware that there are no impacts to the North State River resources from the Delta Conveyance Project?
I am not aware of that because I don't believe that's the case.
And then on line 11, you state that mitigation is not particularly apparent.
Correct.
Thank you. Have you reviewed the mitigation measures for the Delta Conveyance Project that were marked as DWR 804?
And I remain, my perspective remains the same.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Stork. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Mr. Krieger, do you have any questions? If we have, I think Mr. Krieger needs to be elevated. If we could please elevate Mr. Krieger. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. I do not have questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has questions for Mr. Stork? And I don't have any questions, so with that, I will look back to you, Mr. Flanders. Based on Ms. Carroll's questions, do you have any follow-up with Mr. Stork?
I do not. Thank you.
Then with that, thank you. It's nice to see you, Mr. Stork. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your time this morning. And we have you out before noon. So
It's been fun.
you are excused. Thank you.
Thanks.
Then I believe we still have time before our lunch break, a fair amount of time. My understanding is that next we have, I had the list up and now I no longer have the list up. I will look to, I know it's Land or San Joaquin County. Ms. Meserve, I will look to you. You have a witness whose name escapes me at the moment.
Yes, we'll be hearing from Mr. Jeffrey Lucas.
Thank you.
And Mr. Keeling and I will be jointly presenting him. And before we, and maybe as we elevate Mr. Keeling, and I know this goes to probably closing briefs on the in this matter, which I don't know when that will be, but I would like to commend everyone to take a look at the legal definition of foreign waters, which is from a different watershed pursuant to the remarks made earlier by the hearing officer. So
Well, let's have an exchange on that. There's foreign water from a different watershed, and then there's foreign in time, right? That's another, and that's what I meant was foreign in time. That's another
Okay.
concept that's potentially in play here, or maybe not. I don't know. I hadn't thought it through. That was all my.
that's the idea. Okay, well, we will.
Yeah.
It caused me to go pull a book
Yeah,
off.
this is not foreign. You're right. You're absolutely right. We're not foreign in the sense, and maybe that's the distinctive difference here. But I was thinking there are certain rules with water that's foreign in time, because of storage. So, yes, thank you.
Excellent. Okay. What I would like to do is I will provide an opening statement that's particular to this witness in this grouping, and that is brief, and then we'll have Mr. Keeling provide the introduction to Mr. Lucas.
Please.
Okay, thanks. So OSHA Reserve for San Joaquin County and local agencies of the North Delta. Today you'll hear from Mr. Lucas, and he's testifying today on behalf of Land, local agencies of the North Delta and San Joaquin County, and the proposed tunnel infrastructure would be located in the northern area of the Delta where the land, reclamation, and water districts are, as well as in San Joaquin County. And these areas would suffer the long-term water quality and other impacts of the operation of the Delta Tunnel. One of the primary justifications that DWR has cited for the tunnel is that it would assist in coping with changing precipitation patterns that DWR has said will make the existing conveyance system obsolete. In its communications with the public and agencies involved in planning the tunnel, DWR has estimated the amounts of water it says could be diverted through new intakes on the Sacramento River. That these intakes estimated to cost $20 billion or more by others. DWR claims that the tunnel would replace water that the State Water Project would otherwise not be able to divert in the future. So the potential viability of the project rests in large part on climate change assumptions DWR has used in environmental review and in its petition to the board. Today, you'll hear from Mr. Lucas, principal of Lucas Climate Research and Consulting. He has 25 years of experience in the analysis, interpretation, and presentation of hydroclimate data, including climate model projections for long-term water planning. Mr. Lucas will discuss DWR's use of future climate scenarios to inform its evaluation of the Delta Tunnel and compare it with best practices recommended by the climate research community, as well as DWR itself. He will discuss how the future climate scenarios used by DWR for the tunnel offer an unrealistically narrow view of the potential trajectories of future climate and hydrology in California. He will explain that as a result, DWR's modeling does not fairly evaluate possible water supply benefits of the tunnel or the effects diversions would have on other users of water, wildlife, and water quality. Mr. Lucas will explain how DWR's reliance on a single climate scenario or 3 closely related climate scenarios may be a starting point for assessment, but is not sufficient. Best practices require evaluating multiple possible future climates that collectively capture the range of projected changes across the ensemble, including hotter and drier climate scenarios. Since DWR has failed to use best practices, its analysis is underinformed, unreliable, and biased toward more favorable outcomes for the Delta Tunnel. DWR, its participating agencies should not rely on DWR's conclusions about the water supply benefits that would be provided by the tunnel. And the state board should not rely on the purported level of impacts reported by DWR that would be caused by operation of the tunnel in the future as the climate changes, especially since the model scenarios where there are lower flows in the Sacramento River than DWR has assumed. As DWR has failed to follow best available science in analyzing the function of the Delta Tunnel in the future, for example, 2050 or later, when it might be in operation, the State Water Board should find the petition is not in the public interest and deny it. And if we could please turn to Mr. Keeling.
Please, good morning, Mr. Keeling.
Thank you. I've been promoted and elevated both. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Lucas.
Good morning.
What is your current position?
Oh, Mr. Keeling, I believe I should swear. I'm sorry. I should swear in Mr. Lucas. So testifying under oath. We'll get that done. Welcome. Good morning, Mr. Lucas. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, back to you, Mr. Keeling.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, what is your current position?
So I am the principal at Lucas Climate Consulting, Research and Consulting.
Did you establish Lucas Climate Research and Consulting?
I did.
Okay, when did you do that?
In December of 2020.
And what are your primary responsibilities and activities as a principal of Lucas Climate Research and Consulting?
So generally, I work with decision makers, mainly at water agencies, to provide them with the information and tools that they need so that they can better plan and prepare for the future climate and hydrology, whatever it brings. And over the past now almost 5 years at Lucas Climate, I've done that in 2 principal ways. First, by developing reports and web resources that synthesize the best available science and provide more general guidance to a broader set of decision makers. And then second, by providing customized analyses and guidance for individual clients. And as an example of the latter, I've been on the contractor team that is supporting the Bureau of Reclamation in developing the environmental impact statement for post-2026 operations in the Colorado River Basin. And my role has been to advise the reclamation modeling team on constructing a broad portfolio of future climate scenarios that they can then run through their system planning models.
Thank you. Where were you employed immediately before you formed Lucas Climate Research and Consulting?
So I was employed by the University of Colorado Boulder with the Western Water Assessment Program specifically.
Well, during what years were you at the University of Colorado in your capacity as senior associate scientist?
So that was from mid-2009 through fall of 2020.
What type of work did you do in that capacity?
So the Western Water Assessment is an applied science program mainly funded by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, and fortunately is still funded by them. Overall, the main threads of my work there were very similar to what I've done more recently as Lucas Climate Research and Consulting, synthesizing and translating climate science to make it more accessible to water managers and other decision makers, and then conducting more specific analyses and assessments as requested by stakeholders. So it was at Western Water Assessment that I began working with climate model projections in 2009. And then climate models figured prominently in the two highest profile projects that I led when I was at Western Water Assessment. The Climate Change in Colorado report in 2014, which was done for the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and then the Colorado River Basin Climate Hydrology State of the Science report in 2020, which was done for a consortium of basin state water agencies, including some agencies in California.
Prior to 2009, did you hold another position at the University of Colorado?
I did.
And what was that?
So from late 1999 to 2009, I was a professional scientist with the Institute of Arctic and Alpine Research, or INSTAR.
As a professional scientist at the University of Colorado, what generally were your responsibilities?
So I was the manager of the Dendrochronology Lab at INSTAR, and my colleague Connie Woodhouse and I conducted research using tree rings, so dendrochronology, to give water managers a much longer window onto past variability of their systems. And so as part of that, I developed the primary tree ring data through fieldwork and lab work. And then Connie and I collaborated with water managers to develop customized reconstructions for their stream gauges of interest. And we worked with a wide range of water agencies and users, from irrigation districts to municipal utilities to the Bureau of Reclamation, and also Coors Brewing.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, is Exhibit Land 51 a true and correct copy of your resume?
Yes, it is.
Is Exhibit Land 50 a true and correct copy of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
Is Land 52 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summary of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And are exhibits Land 54 through 66 with, and there's no Exhibit 53, the references that are cited in your testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or to the exhibits that you would like to make at this time?
Yes, I do. And I'm sorry, contrary to the wishes of Ms. Carroll earlier, I'm offering them now. And there is an erroneous citation in my testimony on page 16. So this is Land 50, page 16, lines 18 to 23. The findings I report in those sentences were sourced not from Land 56 as written, but from a different report, Exhibit Land 58. And the same error appears in my PowerPoint, which is Land 52 on slide 15, and we will submit errata later today.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, will you please pull up Mr. Lucas's PowerPoint, which is Land 52? Thank you. And Mr. Lucas, please summarize your testimony.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Keeling. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey, board members, and other parties for the opportunity to share my testimony with you. As you heard, my testimony is focused on the climate change scenarios that DWR used in the climate change analyses for the DCP EIR, the assumptions behind those scenarios, and the adequacy of those assumptions. Next slide, please. So the best available science for developing future climate scenarios are projections or simulations from global climate models. And several dozen of these global climate models have been developed and are maintained by modeling centers around the world. Collectively, these models show us that there is a range of plausible future changes in average temperature and average precipitation for the DCP project area. Contrary to its best established two best established practices and its own guidance, DWR employed a single middle of the road or mid-range future climate scenario as the basis for their full suite of quantitative analyses for the DCP EIR. DWR then superficially supplemented this scenario with two additional mid-range scenarios. All three of the DWR scenarios assume overall increases in average annual precipitation for the DCP project area over the next several decades and assume either increases in average annual stream flows or minor decreases by 2% or less in average annual stream flows. Next slide, please. However, if we look across the full range of climate models from which these three scenarios were derived, we see that a number of the models depict scenarios in which precipitation decreases by 5% or more, and stream flow decreases by 10% or more. And I call these truly drier scenarios, which I'll explain in the next slide. Previous DWR reports have acknowledged and analyzed these types of truly drier scenarios. The absence of these scenarios from the DCP EIR means that the EIR analyses are underinformed. With a fuller accounting of climate change, the analyzed project yield could be lower and the impacts to affected resources and parties greater than was depicted in the EIR. Next slide, please. So returning to the idea of a scenario being what I call truly drier, first, we need to understand that the future of annual runoff changes in the project area are sensitive to both temperature and precipitation. Warming temperatures alone systematically impact the water cycle and runoff, causing less snow coverage, shallower snowpacks, earlier snowmelt and peak runoff, and reduced annual runoff. Over the project area, each 1 degree Fahrenheit of warming is estimated to result in a decrease in annual runoff of roughly 0.5% to 1.5%, a wide range. This temperature sensitivity of runoff is not really precisely diagnosed. But if you assume a future with 5 degrees of warming, all else equal, that warming should equate to a 3 to 7% decrease in annual runoff. Now, precipitation is a much more important driver of runoff overall, and we especially see that in the variability of runoff from year to year and decade to decade. And from that variability, we can a little better diagnose the sensitivity of runoff over the project area to changes in precipitation. In general, a 1% change in precipitation is associated with a 1 to 2% change in runoff. So if there were a 5% decrease in average annual precipitation, that would equate to a 5 to 10% decrease in average annual runoff. So again, warming alone has, you could say, a drying effect on the whole watershed, but changes in precipitation can either soften that impact in the event of increased precipitation or substantially worsen it if precipitation were to decline. It is that latter case that I am calling a truly drier scenario. Next slide, please. So given that the climate models do show a range of potential changes in temperature and precipitation, whether for the project area, for the Western US, for really all around the world, the best practices for using the output of these models in risk assessment can be boiled down into two key principles. The first is to develop and analyze multiple climate scenarios from the climate model projections. And two, make sure those scenarios cover, to the extent practicable, the range of plausible futures shown across the different climate models. These best practices help us avoid the trap of assuming the future will be somewhere in the middle of the range shown by the climate models. The middle is not necessarily the most likely outcome, and focusing on the middle can lead to disregard of plausible futures that are often more stressful to the system of interest than the middle of the set of projections. Now, these best practices have been consistently articulated by the climate science community starting in about the mid-aughts. Basically, as soon as enough global climate models have been developed that we could look across more than a dozen or a couple dozen of them, it was clear, oh, we need to consider, all of the range of the climate models, or at least most of that range. And then starting in 2015, if not earlier, you can also see these best practices consistently reflected in guidance documents put out by DWR and other state agencies. And I list several of them here, and my full testimony has quotes from each. Next slide, please. So what were the scenarios that DWR developed for the EIR? The primary scenario is 2040 CT, where CT refers to central tendency. So the effects on all resources were quantitatively modeled and analyzed in the EIR. 2040 median, DWR called this a sensitivity analysis. The effects on surface water and water supply only, not the full suite of resource conditions, were quantitatively modeled for inclusion in the EIR. And according to the DWR common responses in the final EIR, 2040 median represents, I quote, really dry conditions. 2070 median, this scenario's analyses were released not until right around the publication date of the final EIR. DWR again called it a sensitivity analysis, but to represent a more distant future, as implied by 2070. As with 2040 median scenario, only the effects of the 2070 median scenario on water supply and surface water were quantitatively modeled for inclusion in the EIR. And what I first noticed that the names of these three scenarios, central tendency, median, by themselves tell us that none are going to be exploring or representing potentially more stressful future conditions towards the edges of the range of the climate projections, and we'll explore that in more detail. I also want to point out that these scenarios for the EIR were applied in what's called a period change approach. The approaches used by DWR were fairly complex and also differed between the 2040 CT scenario and the two median scenarios, so I'll need to generalize and simplify. But DWR took the climate model output over a recent 30-year baseline period, that's 1981 to 2010, and then also the climate model output for a 30-year future period. And for 2040, that would have been 2026 to 2055, and for 2070 scenario, it was 2056 to 2085. And from the differences between the 30 model simulated years for 1981 to 2010 and the 30 model simulated years of the future period, they derived change factors. And then they used these change factors to adjust the values in the historical calcium 3 record from 1922 to 2015. So if you look at the sequence of dry years and wet years within these three DWR scenarios, these are taken from the historical record from 1922 to 2015, not directly from the climate models. But those dry years and wet years get nudged according to factors derived from the climate model, so period change. If a DWR scenario assumes on average 3% more precipitation for 2040, as the 2040 CT scenario does, then that should mean that the historical very wet years like 2011 are in general getting upsized by about that amount. And the very dry years like 2014 are also in general getting upsized with slightly more precipitation as well within that scenario. Next slide, please. So this chart schematically shows all of the modeling steps which led to the DWR scenarios. Much of this modeling was not actually done by DWR, but it created the data sets and intermediate steps along the way. And I don't have the time or inclination to go through it in much detail, but I want to draw your attention to 4 things. First, the key data set is shown by that big light blue square in the middle. 64 CMIP-5 LOCA downscaled climate projections that were developed by researchers at the Scripps Institution in La Jolla and released in 2014. This particular set of climate model projections has been extensively used by DWR and the state of California, most visibly in the 4th California Climate Change Assessment. And I have also used this data set extensively for analyses over the state of Colorado and over the Colorado River Basin. It is a US-wide data set. Second, the dashed box, smaller square inside CMIP-5 LOCA shows that 20 of the 64 climate projections were selected or highlighted by the DWR's Climate Change Technical Advisory Group, or CCTAG, in 2015. These 20 projections are from 10 of the 32 climate models, and these 10 models were evaluated to be better at simulating historical climate trends and patterns, both at global scales, regional scales, and at the scale of California. The CCTAG at the time indicated that this evaluation was not to identify good or bad models, but to create a smaller subset of the climate models to reduce the burden of processing and analyzing output from all 32 models and all 64 projections. Third thing is that all 3 of the DWR scenarios, 2040 CT, 2040 median, 2070 median on the far right, were constructed by averaging or compositing across 10 or more of the CMIP-5 LOCA climate projections. And by design, as suggested earlier, they're all effectively middle-of-the-road scenarios. And fourth, and finally, we can back up a step to the big blue box and use the broader set of CMIP-5 LOCA projections, both the full 64 and then the CCTAG chosen 20 projections, to assess exactly where the 3 DWR scenarios sit in relation to a broader range of plausible climate and hydrology futures for the project area. In other words, if the DWR scenarios are in the middle of the road, as I suggest, we can see how wide is that road and where are the edges, which I will do in a few more slides. Next slide, please. But before we do that, let's review what the 3 scenarios show in terms of change in runoff or stream flow relative to the recent historical baseline, which is the 1981 to 2010 average. And it took some doing for me to construct this table, but I believe it is something that would have best served the constituents of the EIR if such a simple comparison table had been available. But here it is. The numbers all come either from the final EIR or associated technical memos. The first column of data shows something that was highlighted by many commenters on the draft EIR, and that is that the 2040 CT scenario assumes a future with higher average annual runoff by about 3 to 5% across the project area. And I'm showing higher than baseline runoff values in blue. If we look at the second data column, the 2040 median scenario is certainly drier than the 2040 CT scenario in that it assumes less average runoff than 2040 CT, but it assumes just only slightly less runoff than the historical baseline, 1.3% or less in 7 of the 8 watersheds. And in the 8th, it is lower than the baseline by 3%. The 2070 median scenario in the third data column, although 30 years further along into an increasingly hotter future, assumes that runoff actually increases over the historical baseline in 3 of the 8 watersheds. And in no watershed does it decrease more than 1%. So again, 2070 median is drier than 2040 CT, but it's actually wetter than 2040 median and barely distinguishable from the recent past in terms of annual runoff volumes. So to be sure, the volume of annual runoff is not the only thing that matters to water supply and other hydrologic and environmental impacts. And the timing of spring runoff is also really important. And it does shift appreciably earlier in all of these DWR scenarios due to the impact of warming. And late summer low flows are generally reduced, but the overall volumes don't either are wetter than historical or don't depart very much at all from historical. Next slide, please. So quickly, a map of the 8 major watersheds in the project area, and this map is taken from Hay et al. Land 63, and I modified it by adding larger watershed labels. And I'm highlighting the Feather River and the American River because these are the ones I selected for my further analyses of the underlying CMIP5 LOCA projections. I chose the Feather River because it is a direct source for the water that would be diverted via the DCP if built. And I chose the American River because it is more centrally located within the project area and because that watershed's precipitation and stream flow changes as assumed in the 3 DWR scenarios are more similar to the average or bulk change across the entire project area. In the interest of time, I'm only going to show here the results for the American River, but you can see the results for the Feather River in my testimony, and the overall findings are very similar for the 2 watersheds. Next slide, please. So I use a similar graphical scheme in this slide and the next 2 slides. And what I'm showing here are the annual values for the 20 CMIP5 LOCA projections that were highlighted by the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group. So each orange or dark orange line is a single climate projection. That is one run from one climate model. And I'm using 30-year running means plotted on the 16th year. It smooths out the variability so we can see the changes more clearly. That 30-year running mean is also kind of coincides with the 30-year period used by DWR, and that's a pretty standard practice to develop their period changes. So you can look at each point, realize it's representing 30 years, and if that point sits on 2040 or 2070, then it's equivalent to the assumptions behind the 2040 CT scenario and so forth. So I've used the color of the lines also to distinguish between the projections that were run under the lower RCP 4.5 emission scenarios, so that's the lighter orange, from those run under the higher or RCP 8.5 emission scenarios in the darker orange. And you can see pretty clearly higher emissions results in greater warming, especially as you move forward past 2050. And then the heavy dashed line shows the ensemble average that I calculated across the 20 projections. Now, by design, we would expect the 2040 CT scenario, which I'm showing with the green box, which is partially obscured by the 2040 median scenario, to sit exactly on that ensemble average, which it does. And we would also expect the 2040 median scenario in the yellow circle to be pretty close to that ensemble average as well, which it is. Now, both scenarios and the ensemble average at 2040 are a little over 3 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than that recent 1981 to 2010 baseline. You can see that some of the individual projections, however, the individual lines among the 20 are running about 1 degree cooler at 2040, and some are running 1 degree warmer. The 2070 median scenario further to the right with the orange circle is at about 6 degrees warmer than the current baseline and about 0.5 degree warmer than the ensemble average of the 20 projections. We don't necessarily expect the 2070 median to sit right on top of the ensemble average, but it should be pretty close, and which it is. Note that the spread among the individual projections is much larger at 2070 than at 2040. And so the high end of that spread is about 2 degrees warmer than even the 2070 median scenario, which sits a little above the ensemble average. So what we can say about all three scenarios in terms of temperature is they're not exploring the additional consequences that would accrue from higher end warming outcomes, especially in 2070. If you had a future 2 degrees warmer than what the 2070 median scenario portrays, and which the climate models indicate is plausible, you would tend to have a reduction in runoff of another few percentage points, and you'd have the snowmelt timing and runoff timing pushed yet earlier by probably another week or so. But while warming of any amount tends to take a bite out of runoff, again, precipitation is the bigger driver. Next slide, please. So here we're looking at the 20 different climate model projections, but focusing on a different variable, and that is annual average precipitation over the American River watershed, again, relative to that 1981 to 2010 baseline. And you can see that precipitation is so much more variable than temperature. We know that well from experience in California and really anywhere. The models emulate that variability quite well. So even with that 30-year smoothing, the individual projections of precipitation tend to jump up and down depending on, whether we're including in that 30-year average, really dry or wet years, or really relatively dry or wet decades. But we can see that most of these individual projections tend to stay either wetter or drier than the current baseline. So the models are either assuming, on the whole, generally wetter conditions in the 21st century or generally drier in terms of precipitation. And I'm using the yellow shading to indicate the outcomes where they are drier. So the middle of the road, the ensemble average, is that thick dashed line, and it sits at about 3% higher annual precipitation at 2040. So that's sort of the consensus, if you will, across the 20 model projections. And by design, again, the 2040 CT scenario sits right on that line. The 2040 median scenario, the yellow circle, sits slightly below that, but it still assumes marginally higher future precipitation on average than the historical baseline. So contrary to DWR's assertion in the EIR documents, 2040 median is not a really dry scenario. Out at 2070, in the orange circle again, the 2070 median scenario sits below the middle of the road, the ensemble average, but like 2040 median, it's in the barely positive territory for precipitation change. So what I want to highlight here, though, is the several projections, that is, plausible climate futures that show substantially lower precipitation than the recent baseline by as much as 10%, at various points over the next several decades. So these are the models, the climate models, that generally show that winter storm tracks will shift further north, with fewer winter storms and atmospheric rivers benefiting central and northern California. Are these models right? We don't know. But assuming only middle of the road precipitation outcomes is effectively saying that these drier models are wrong, and we don't know that either. Next slide, please. So if you take the CMIP5 LOCA projections of temperature and precipitation for the American River watershed, as I've just showed you, and run them together in a fine-scale hydrologic model to simulate future hydrology, this is what you get for changes in annual stream flow for the American River. Now, these particular hydrologic model runs were performed specifically for the 4th California Climate Change Assessment and are available, and I obtained them through the CalAdapt website. My understanding is that the hydrologic components of the 2040 median and 2070 median scenarios are taken directly from these same set of hydrologic model runs. However, the hydrology for the 2040 CT scenario was derived using the same hydrologic model, VIC, or the variable infiltration capacity model, but using different steps. Anyways, what you can see is that the stream flow projections kind of in general broadly resemble the precipitation projections, showing that key influence of precipitation. But the range of changes in stream flows we see here is much broader. So if you look at the y-axis, where the precipitation futures range from about +30 to -10, -15%, the stream flow futures range from about +50, +60 to -20, even -30%. So in other words, the changes in future precipitation, whether higher or lower than historical means, get magnified in the translation into runoff changes. And we see this tendency very clearly in the observed record as well. When you have a high precipitation year, the percent above normal tends to be magnified when you look then at the stream flow resulting from that precipitation surplus, and the other way with dry years. Note that the ensemble average change in runoff, again, the heavy dashed line, sits higher than the historical baseline from about 2020 onward. And this is because the small increase in annual precipitation that's seen in the ensemble average is enough to compensate for the drying effect on the watershed of the 3 degrees, 4 degrees, 5 degrees, 6 degrees of warming as you move forward. So the 2040 CT scenario, which sits right on that ensemble average, assumes a future for the American River that has slightly higher stream flows than the recent past. Again, that was pointed out by commenters on the draft EIR. Now, the two median scenarios assume smaller increases in precipitation than 2040 CT does. So after the warming tax, you could call it, is applied, the change in annual stream flow is pretty close to zero, right around zero. But we can now see just how much of the range of plausible future hydrology outcomes goes unexplored by the 3 DWR scenarios. Certainly there's the potential for larger average increases in stream flow than contemplated in the 3 scenarios. But my understanding is that the challenges and risks regarding the performance and impacts of the project are primarily on the dry side of the spectrum. And focusing on that yellow shading, we see projections of future runoff that are running more than 10% lower than the baseline, multiple projections. So if these projections, these lower stream flow projections, had been treated as alternative scenarios and modeled in CalSim 3, would the presumed benefits of the DCP in terms of boosting delivery still hold? Next slide, please. So these two slides, this one and the next one, will summarize what I just showed you in the three plots, but in table form. And here I'm calculating 4 selected percentiles across the 20 climate projections for the American River at 2040. So I'm basically quantifying what alternative climate scenarios could look like beyond the middle of the road assumptions of the 3 DWR scenarios. And what I'll highlight is the 20th percentile scenario towards the bottom is associated with 7% less stream flow than the historical baseline. So the 25th percentile is not by any means extreme. It means that 4 of the 20 individual projections show even lower flows than that 7%. But at least you're getting closer. You're sort of in the middle of call it the right lane of the road. But 7% less stream flow means we're depicting a future with 10% less stream flow than 2040 CT assumes. Next slide, please. So here we have the same calculations, but for 2070. So we can put the 2070 median scenario in context. Again, the 25th percentile is associated with 7% less stream flow than the historical baseline and what is assumed in the 2070 median scenario. So again, not an extreme assumption to assume the 25th percentile of the projections, but it's showing a much drier future in terms of average annual flow. Next slide, please. Now, this potential for truly drier climate futures is not something that lay hidden in the underlying data until I uncovered it. DWR's own prior analyses of CMIP5 climate projections have also clearly shown this potential. In the 2019 report, Decision Scaling Evaluation of Climate Change Hydrologic Risk to the State Water Project, which is Land 57, about half of the 72 analyzed projections showed decreases in precipitation at 2050, and 11 of these projections showed decreases of at least 5%. And the next bullet here has that erroneous reference I called out at the beginning of my testimony. So again, the numbers shown here come from a different 2018 report than I've named. They come from Land 58, which is mean and extreme climate change impacts on the State Water Project. But the numbers are correct. Annual RIM inflows to the Sacramento and San Joaquin showed decreases of at least 10% in 4 of the 20 projections. So, and this report was based on analyzing the same 20 CMIP5 loca hydrology projections that I analyzed for the American and Feather River watersheds. And their findings in this 2018 report are entirely consistent with what I found. And then finally, and perhaps surprisingly, the DCP 2070 technical memo that describes the 2070 median climate scenario also clearly shows these drier futures in CMIP5. So we'll now look at that more closely. Next slide, please. So I've reproduced here part of figure 1 in the 2070 technical memo, which is exhibit SAC 4. And my modifications are the addition of the yellow shading to emphasize the data showing lower stream flows than the historical baseline, and clearer labeling of both axes. So this scatter plot shows all 64 CMIP5 loca climate projections. So if we think back to the larger light blue box in the middle of my horrendous diagram showing the workflow to create the 3 DWR scenarios. So those 64 climate projections are shown with either dots or X's, with the location of the symbol indicating what that climate projection shows for the temperature change over the DCP project area along the y-axis, and then the associated change in annual stream flow across the 8 river index along the x-axis. And the black X's indicate those 10 projections out of the 20 CC tag highlighted projections that we've seen several times now that sit closest to the median of all 64 projections in terms of change of temperature, stream flow, and stream flow variability. So it's basically asking which of these projections are closest to the middle of the road of all 64 across 3 different variables. And so these are the 10 projections that were composited to construct the 2070 median scenario. And recall that scenario assumes very little change in stream flow across the project area. And it's not a surprise. It's by design that it's very close to the median change. And I have just gotten a request for information. Okay. Sorry. I thought I saw an email and I thought it was coming from council to respond to something in real time. I apologize. If you look at the other 54 projections, the gray dots, 9 of them are showing decreases in 8 river index stream flow of at least 20% by 2070. And again, these gray dot projections aren't necessarily less reliable or less likely than the others. They're just not as close to the middle of the road, and so they did not get composited and reflected in the 2070 median scenario. So once again, the different climate model projections are showing us a diversity of potential futures for the climate and hydrology of the project area, some of which would be much drier and more stressful than the recent past. And that is why the best practices say to consider multiple scenarios that explore this range of uncertainty, in particular, the parts of the range that would cause the most stress to the system. Next slide, please. So to reiterate my findings, future warming alone will shift runoff timing earlier and act to reduce average annual stream flows in the project area. But precipitation is yet a bigger driver of stream flow than temperature. Future precipitation change for the project area, as shown by the different climate models, is highly uncertain. But that doesn't mean we should assume that the change will be near zero, let alone that there will be higher precipitation in the future. The best available science clearly shows the potential for substantially lower future precipitation than historical and correspondingly larger decreases in average stream flows than assumed in any of the 3 DCP climate scenarios. This potential for truly drier futures is seen in the very set of climate projections from which DWR derived their 3 scenarios. And finally, DWR did not follow long-established best practices that they have promulgated consistently in their own guidance documents. Accordingly, the 3 EIR scenarios do not represent the plausible climate changes on the dry side of the spectrum, and thus the EIR fails to examine their potential consequences for project performance and impacts. Now, given the narrow scope of my analysis, I cannot say what would have happened in terms of impacts and performance if DWR had used different assumptions about the future climate hydrology. But put the other way, I don't think that anyone, DWR included, can be confident in saying that they have adequately accounted for climate change in the analyses as presented in the EIR. So thank you for your time and attention, and I'll take questions or, as I suspect, possibly break for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I appreciate that. It does look like we are at a good time for lunch. We seem to be on track for our day. So I will look to the room whether there's anything procedural to address. Otherwise, we will break until 1 o'clock. All right. Then with that, I will see all of you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. It's 1 o'clock. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Great. Then I will look to the relevant participants. I see we have Mr. Lucas, Ms. Carroll, and I think we need either Ms. Meserve or Mr. Keeling.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do we want to make sure Mr. Keeling is here as well?
Yeah, if we could just give him a second.
Give him a moment.
He's,
Good.
I assume he didn't leave.
There he is.
again.
I take my orders from you know who.
I wanted to make sure you're with us, so here we are. With that, then I believe we are set up. We heard the summary of testimony from Mr. Lucas, and I believe at this point I'm going to look to you, Ms. Carroll. Do you have questions for Mr. Lucas?
I do. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. May I begin? Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Lucas. My name is Ann Carroll. I'm the General Counsel with the Department of Water Resources. It's very nice to meet you.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you too, Ms. Carroll.
My first question, I just wanted to follow up on something you said. During your testimony, were you receiving email communications from your counsel?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. Yes and no. The answer is yes, but it was not about my testimony. I saw a subject line. It was an email from Ms. Meserve, and the subject line included AHO, which of course gave me an instant heartburn. And then I realized that she was sending me a document related to proceedings, related to these proceedings, but unrelated to my testimony.
Okay.
So it was not something that I read, but I was afraid that I was being alerted to something that the hearing officer needed. And of course, if she did need something from me, she would have just said, spoken in real time.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry for any confusion.
No worries. I just wanted to make sure that we all have the same thing. Let's see. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up for me Land 51? I believe this is your CV, Mr. Lucas.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And Mr. Lucas, I can see that you have significant experience in Colorado. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you have any specific experience in California?
In terms of doing work or analyses on watersheds in California, no.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the California Environmental Quality Act?
To the extent that it mirrors the the nationwide NEPA, and similarly requires that large public projects receive environmental analyses that include evaluation of alternatives. But I do not know the details of CEQA.
Okay. And have you ever prepared climate assumptions for an environmental impact report under CEQA?
No, not under CEQA.
Have you for NEPA?
I have, and I alluded to this in my my presentation, participated in discussions about setting up the analyses for involving climate change for an EIS. But of course, those were technical discussions and not necessarily related to what is required by the law.
Thank you. So if DWR were to concede that the changes you pointed out in your testimony were indeed climate signal and not just underlying vulnerability, and that those were plausible future conditions, are you aware if it's common for EIRs to explore the entire range of plausible climate outcomes?
I am not. I'm not privy to a set of EIRs and how they may or may not have represented the potential range of climate changes in their analyses.
Okay, so you could not point me to any single EIR that explores the entire range of plausible climate changes or outcomes.
Asked and answered.
Go ahead, Mr. Lucas, please.
No, but in my testimony, I point to other DWR planning analyses and studies that did explore a broader range. But no, I can't point to any that were, to my knowledge, also in the context of an EIR.
Okay, thank you. And then in your testimony, you talked about the use of 30-year increments in your climate change analysis. I was wondering if you could walk me through how you calculated that 30-year increment.
So are we referring to the time series plots where I was taking a 30-year average and plotting? I just want to make sure when you ask, how I did something, that we're talking about the same thing.
Yes, let's look at those time plots.
Okay, so land 52 slides. Well, we could look at let's see. That would be like slide 10, 11, 12. Any of those will suffice.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
So here I've taken annual calendar year values from the CMIP5 LOCA data on the CalAdapt website, and I've smoothed it with a 30-year running average and plotted it on the 16th year. So effectively in the center. So 2040, and I plotted it in such a way that it aligns with the period that was used to extract the changes by DWR to construct the various scenarios. So 2040 CT is constructed to represent 2026 to 2055. And so the 20 different traces or lines, if we take a vertical line right up from 2040, my calculation for each line is a 30-year average centered on of that 2026 to 2055 period, centered on that 16th year. Actually, that would be 2040 be the 15th year. So either I'm off a year or describing it inaccurately, and I'm not, without looking at my analyses, I'm not sure which. But that's I'm plotting these 20 traces in such a way as to align in time with the assumptions of the 30-year future period behind the 2040 and 2070 scenarios. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you. And I want to ask you another question about another of your slides, if you can give me just a minute to pull it up. I might come back to this. Apologies, I have my references incorrect. Could we go to slide 11, please? Okay. And on this slide, we're looking at the annual average precipitation here. And again, could you explain the 30-year running means for this slide?
It's calculated in the same way. So for each of those blue lines or traces, each of which represents a single projection from a climate model, I'm looking at the CalAdapt data, the CMIP5 LOCA data, I'm taking 30 annual values for annual average precipitation, and those have been standardized or indexed to the 1981 to 2010 average. So I'm plotting them as changes. So each of those 30 years has a different change, higher, lower, and I'm averaging those together to answer the question, what is the 30-year average change for the period centered on, say, 2040 relative to that 1981 to 2010 average? And so again, I've tried to calculate and plot these in a way that I'm, making an apples to apples visual and quantitative comparison with the three DWR scenarios.
Okay, thank you very much. You also testified that California has a naturally high interannual variability. And Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 01125, was uploaded to the FTP site. And if you could show Mr. Lucas page 1. Okay. That's interesting. That looks different than my page 1. That's always not helpful, is it? Okay, could we scroll down to page 2 then, please? Oh, you know what? I gave you the wrong number. This needs to be 1129. I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen. There we go. That looks more like what I was expecting. So, Mr. Lucas, are you familiar with this publication?
Not specifically. I don't think I've read that paper, but I will probably not be surprised by what you're going to show me, given my other readings about California hydroclimate under climate change.
Okay, and for the record, it does say that this is from the San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science Journal.
I see that.
Okay, and it was published in 2025. Is that correct?
I can only assume that the information on the cover is correct.
Okay, great. And then Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll to the next page, please, or actually just down a little right there. And can you also see that the cover page for this document says that it is peer reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And then Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll down to page 4 or pop down, either way, thank you. And then I know this is small, so if we could zoom into the upper left-hand corner to figure 1A. There's a map of the United States there that's a multicolor. Do you see that, Mr. Lucas?
I do.
All right. Do you have experience interpreting these types of maps?
I do, in fact, unless I can't see the rest of the page. So actually, if you could scroll down slightly so I can see the caption for this, so I know if they've sourced it. Okay, yep. So they've sourced it from Dettinger et al. 2011, which I believe is a paper or report that I've read because I've seen this diagram before with the same color scheme. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And so what would be your interpretation of this map?
That California, particularly Southern California, has the highest interannual variability in precipitation, that is, changes from year to year and going from wet to dry, than any other part of the Western US.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up what has been marked as DDJ2. And while she's doing that, Mr. Lucas, I'm actually going to be referring to your testimony that cites this document on Land 50. It's lines 4 and 5. It's the Perspectives and Guidance for Climate Change Analysis report.
Yes.
Okay, great. And have you read this report, and are you familiar with its contents?
I have read this report. I am generally familiar with its content. I probably focused on the parts of it that are most relevant to my testimony.
Okay, great. And Ms. Mullen, if you could please go to PDF 68. And I know this is small, so if you could please
Nope.
zoom in just a bit. Try to do our best. I have the benefit of a large television screen, so I apologize that this is tiny for most of you. And what does this figure show?
It shows that same, very high interannual variability, but in a time series form for a single site, Sacramento, over a wonderfully long 165-year instrumental record, and shows a between the highest precipitation year and the lowest precipitation year, about a 6 to even 7-fold difference.
Okay, great. And you said this is a 165-year record. It goes back to 1850. Is that correct?
That's what I see here.
Okay, great. And you mentioned that this is for a point in Sacramento. Sacramento is in Northern California. Is that correct?
I guess in a geographical sense, yes. I think it's closer to the center than to the north, but I defer to common usage by Californians.
I think there is some dispute amongst Californians, so I think good perception. I just wanted to make sure, because the last map you said was that the greatest air variability was in Southern California, and wanted to recognize that this is Northern California. This correct. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay. And let's see, in looking at this, so would you say that at the 2007 peak, and if you are having difficulty with seeing the peaks, let me know.
I cut off my own audio, trying to enlarge 2000.
We can also, Ms. Mullen, can you zoom in one more time and we'll see if we can still read everything? At least there's that. Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I know it's small.
So you said 2007. That, and I'm not, so 11, 10, 9. Okay, I think I see. Is it about 26 inches? Is that the?
Yeah, I believe that the DDJ2 report on page 69 says that's about 20.63 inches. So that's a great estimation for the tiny print that you see. And if you look at that, do you see that it was about 42% wetter than the trailing average annual streamflow volume, are often 25 to 50% greater than the preceding minima? I don't know if you can see that from this chart, or if you want to go down to page 69 where that statement is.
Yeah, so I realize you're asking now about the dark black line, not the, okay. All right, the black line being the 30-year average. Yes, the 30-year average is historically quite variable. I accept that.
Thank you. And then, so isn't it true that the level of precipitation change from one 30-year period to another shouldn't really be that surprising for California based on the variability throughout its history, even with climate change?
Well, I mean, yes and no. Yes, in that variability that kind of variability will continue. The question is what kind of forced change that is due to anthropogenic greenhouse gases and other human factors might push California's climate in one direction or another in terms of precipitation, and on which that variability would now ride, you could say, on a new baseline or a shifting baseline. So that's really the question at issue in California, just as it is in Colorado. We know we have high variability at interannual timescales and also interdecadal timescales. And so the question is, we know we'll see wet years and dry years in the future, and wetter relatively decades and relatively drier decades in the future. But what is the overall change that those excursions will be shifting or varying from? Is there an overall change in the hydroclimate, not on the scale of just 30 years, but 50 years or 100 years, that is anthropogenically driven and will not necessarily reverse? That's really what's at issue.
Okay. And so in your analysis, did you account for interannual variability?
Do I account for say slide 11, if we want to bring that back up and land 52? Yes. So did I account for interannual variability? I mean, yes, in that I'm using a 30-year average. So I'm trying to smooth interannual variability. But because, variability, particularly at longer time scales, 10 to 30-year time scales, is still quite large. You still see quite a lot of variability sort of coming through. And so I can see that there are probably better ways to show this. And in fact, I had an earlier version of this diagram where instead of plotting the 30-year mean, I was plotting the trend over the full 21st century. And so that would be, in arguably more reflective of the bulk and possibly forced change in the climate towards wetter or drier conditions overall for California and the American watershed. And it shows, something similar in the sense of some of the climate projections go down, some of them go up, and the magnitudes are similar. So what I'll concede, Ms. Carroll, is that the variability that's still present when I use a 30-year smoothing makes it hard to discern what the true force change is that's represented in each climate model projection. And I, wish there were a cleaner way to extract that and to show it, but it is there.
Okay, so looking at slide 11, do any of those traces of the global climate models run reverse from wet to dry throughout the time series?
I mean, some of especially the ones that are closer to zero, some of them do make excursions above and below.
Okay, and which ones? The ones that are closer to the zero, the dashed line? I'm sorry, if you could clarify
No,
that.
I'm sorry. This is, I could certainly, better handle your question after I do a little more analysis and probably present a clearer graphic of what you are asking for, and is a little difficult to show the way I've plotted this graphic.
Okay, so using this graphic, you could not show that running reverse from wet to dry.
No, as it's just a little, I tried to vary the shading of the traces to enhance, but aside from using completely different colors or textures for each line, which I didn't want to do because I wanted to give the overall impression of the ensemble of 20 traces, it's hard to pick out the ones that make those excursions.
Thank you. And you mentioned that you had an earlier version of this model or diagram. Was that produced as part of your testimony?
It was not. So if I have gone beyond the scope and even mentioning it, that,
No, that's fine. I just want to make sure that I have everything.
Sure.
Okay, let's see where I'm at. So have scientists documented any discernible and statistically significant long-term trend in observed temperatures in California?
Yes. Warming has been, statistically documented, and even attributed through the use of climate models by holding some things equal and allowing other things to vary, basically doing, kind of what ifs, what if there were no increase in greenhouse gases. So attribution has been made to temperature changes for California and for the Western US in general.
Okay, and your analysis shows that the climate models are not only able to replicate this over historical observed years, but that we would expect that warming to continue into the future, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And have there been documented, discernible, and statistically significant long-term trends observed in California's precipitation?
Oof. That's a great question. And I confess I'm not as familiar with the literature specific to California. I can just, speaking from analogy, um, actually, I cannot say. I wouldn't be surprised either way, if especially given the drier conditions that we've seen, for the most part since the 90s in California, though there have been notably wet periods too. Um, if there has been a statistical detection of a decrease, but I'd also not be surprised if you were to tell me that no such detection of change has been made.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, we can pull this down if it's easier for folks to see. Appreciate you putting this up. Mr. Lucas, are you aware that DWR provided an updated baseline in its modeling that adjusted the hydrology to account for drier conditions?
I did, but I was unclear as to whether that updated baseline got, basically back engineered into the climate change, um, the three DWR climate change scenarios. My impression was, if I recall correctly, it did not. And
Thank you. Are you aware that the time period that DWR uses in its climate model includes the Dust Bowl that occurred in the 1930s?
Uses in its to populate its climate change scenarios. Yes, if we're referring to the historical record, the Calcium 3 historical record from 1922 to 2015 does include the Dust Bowl of the 1930s.
Great. And are you aware that that period that was approximately 20 to 30% drier than the long-term average?
I am not aware. Could you bring up, I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen, if you could bring up I please, if you would help me out, Ms. Carroll, as to which it was one of the DDJ. No, it was
No.
the Sacramento precipitation.
Oh, yeah, that was DDJ figure 3-3. That's page 68 of DDJ 2, Ms. Mullen.
Okay, so yes, I can see that the 1930s was drier than the long-term or the 30-year trailing average for, it looks like, 7 or 8 years in a row
Okay, thank you.
in Sacramento.
So does DWR's inclusion of this dry period address your concern that DWR analyzed a scenario where California would experience a significant period of time that's 30% drier?
No, because we're conflating again, and this is hard because in the climate scenarios as constructed by DWR or reasonably constructed by any water agency trying to produce a future time series of precipitation of stream flow to run in a planning or impacts model. Each time series will necessarily include natural or internal variability like we see in the 1930s with the Dust Bowl and change. So my concern is not that DWR didn't include periods of 8 years or 10 years that are 20 to 30% drier like the Dust Bowl. My concern is that DWR didn't include scenarios of change that assume 5% less precipitation overall and make the Dust Bowl, for example, 5% drier than it is now. So that because the way that the scenarios are constructed with using the nudges extracted from the climate models, those would then be we're not looking at the exact time series that DWR used, but use it as kind of as a proxy. If we look at the Dust Bowl, basically if a 5% less precipitation overall scenario, the Dust Bowl would get shifted down by another 5%. And so instead of being, 20 to 30% drier than normal, it would be 25 to 35% drier than normal.
So do you think that the long-term average should be 5 to 10% drier, or 25 to 30% drier?
No, if we're talking about precipitation, my analyses were showing scenarios that were, very plausible scenarios, not extreme across the range of the climate models, that had 5% less overall annual precipitation.
Okay. So is it your testimony that 5 to 10% is a purely climate change signal and it's not conflated with natural variability?
Objection mischaracterizes his testimony.
I'll allow Mr. Lucas to caveat as appropriate. Please go ahead.
Sure. No, that is a reasonable question. Is 5 to 10%, really, given the size of the natural variability that is seen in the historical records like we have in front of us, and also simulated by the climate models, both for the past and going forward, can we extract a 5 to 10% change in precipitation over the long term and say that is forced change, or you could say a more permanent lasting change due to anthropogenic factors versus natural variability that would swing back. And I say from my experience working, maybe less so with the California data because of, I have not worked with California data as much, but by proxy data in Colorado and the Colorado River Basin, yes, we can extract and discern changes of that size in precipitation that would not necessarily be variability that would snap back after some excursion.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Those are all the questions that I have for you. I really appreciate your time.
No, thank you.
Then with that, I will turn to Mr. Krieger. If there you are. Do you have questions for Mr. Lucas?
I do not. Thank you very much.
And I will look to the room. Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Lucas? So I have one, it's an open-ended general question. So I'll leave this to you. But if Mr. Lucas, in my hypothetical, you are handling the portion of the environmental impact document for the Delta Conveyance project related to climate impacts, what kind of assessment, in your opinion, would be appropriate to consider the impacts of this type of a project?
So that's a question that I tried to even though I'm critical of the approach that DWR used, you may have noticed in my testimony, I refrained from saying this is exactly the approach they should have used. And it's difficult to say because of the legal and administrative context, because of the system context. What is DWR and its stakeholders? What are you looking to avoid? What are you most concerned about? What are the stress points of the system? And so I think I would, I can generically say that I would encourage a set of scenarios where at least one is at approximately the 25th percentile, if not lower, to explore drier precipitation, lower stream flow scenarios, because those I understand to be more stressful to the system, more impactful to DCP performance. But Ms. Carroll's questions alluded to this. There are considerations related to CEQA and what EIRs need to include, and that is, I'm not familiar with with either the law or its history of application by DWR and other state agencies. I can only point to DWR's documents that say it should be done more like this, and note that that's not the way they did it for this EIR.
That's helpful. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know that was wide open, so I appreciate that that response. With that, let's see, we have a hand. Ms. Desjardins, if we can please elevate Ms. Desjardins. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I did have a cross-examination for Mr. Lucas regarding Exhibit DDJ2, and it's a question of material fact on his cross-examination.
Is there a point of dispute or confusion?
Yeah, the point of confusion is about precipitation trends in California.
I'll allow this. So go ahead, Ms. Desjardins, and keep it very focused, but it is that sounds fair.
Yeah. So can we please, Ms. Mullen, can we please bring up Exhibit DDJ2, page 57? And can we I'm sorry, it's PDF page 75. And can we scroll down to section 3.5, please? Summary and conclusions. So Mr. Lucas, I wanted to refresh your memory about this section. And particularly the sentence beginning on the last part of concern is the significant, and Ms. Mullen, can we scroll down to the next page, top of the next page, where we can see that the significant decline in the 30-year average precipitation in Sacramento over the last 10 to 15 years. And the drop is as steeper than any decline over a similar period in well over a century. Do you see that paragraph? Can you read it for a minute?
Yes, I do.
Kinsey, I'm sorry, I'd like to object because a refreshing of a recollection isn't necessarily the clarification of a confusion regarding the document.
Well, the confusion is in evaluating this document, you know, can you take into account in your opinion about precipitation, can you take this into account?
Hold on, Ms. Desjardins.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me where you're going with this line of questioning? What is the issue you're trying to get
The
at?
issue is that simply presenting the picture of the 30-year rolling average of precipitation didn't fully capture the precipitation trends or the conclusions by the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group.
But is there an element of Mr. Lucas's testimony that you are?
Yeah, it was his specific testimony. I didn't pull up the video transcript, but it was the specific testimony elicited looking at just at the graph of the 30-year trailing average.
Do you recall what part of that testimony you disagreed with?
Specifically, that whether there had been observed trends in precipitation.
And you recall that Mr. Lucas's answer was what?
Mr. Lucas's answer was more equivocal than the actual document.
I see. So let's see if we can get to this. Mr. Lucas, maybe you recall, do you recall in your, and I don't, frankly, I don't explicitly recall, even though it just happened, in your testimony that you may have testified as to trends in the graph that we were looking at, the Sacramento temperature, precipitation graph, I'm sorry, and trends. Do you recall providing testimony along those lines?
Yes, in response to a question from Ms. Carroll about that graph, I believe I was equivocal in regards to whether there had been a statistically significant trend in precipitation observed in California over the last, I don't know if we spoke specifically to the last 30 years or recent, as kind of an analog to the warming trend. So that's what I recall. I don't think I was speaking specifically to this document, but imagining, trying to roll through my Rolodex of papers and what have I seen recently from California about precipitation trends. And so I appreciate seeing what's in front of me now in the 2015 perspectives and guidance from CCTAG. I won't continue unless you tell me, Officer.
Yeah, I will go ahead and
Kenzie,
thank you. And I appreciate that for helping us figure out where we are. And Ms. Desjardins, do you have a follow-up based on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mr. Lucas, from your experience looking at trends in Western North America, have you seen a steep decline in precipitation?
Objection, relevance, outside the scope.
Okay, okay, then specifically with respect to Sacramento, have you seen a decline in precipitation and that they refer to over the last 10 to 15 years? That would be since 2000.
Have I noted it for myself? No, I mean, in the process of putting together my testimony, I pulled up more recent data for Sacramento, or not for Sacramento, but for actually the Sacramento Drainage Basin Climate Division, as delineated by NOAA, and looked at annual water year precipitation just to kind of familiarize myself. But I've seen more recent data of annual precipitation for this area, but I did not perform any analyses, nor have I seen any myself that would lead me to say, yes, there is a statistically significant trend or not in that precipitation record. So what I see in front of me, I cannot disagree with. The comments that were made by the members of CCTAG in 2015, and the conclusion that it is conceivable that California, it's already more than a decade into a multi-decade drying trend. I cannot and would not, object to that.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, there was an objection by Ms. Morris that I don't believe you ruled on, but this is outside of the scope. I did not call this up in my cross-examination of Mr. Lucas. We referred specifically to figure 3-3. Also, this document is from 2015, so any questions related to recent data have not been presented or verified yet in this hearing.
Noted. I think we've already gone through the questions here. Ms. Desjardins, were you attempting to, and I'm sorry, I can't see everyone on my screen now, but were you planning to ask?
No, that
we
was
can talk on this
the
issue.
sole question, and it is
Okay.
related to the impression from that graph that was
Thank
pulled
you.
up.
Then
The graph was a graph of precipitation in California.
To the extent there's a
30-year rolling average for trends.
To the extent there's a outstanding objection, it's overruled. We have the testimony. I think we've addressed this issue. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Lucas, very much. And then we will turn back, I believe, to Mr. Keeling. Do you have any redirect for Mr. Lucas?
I believe Ms. Meserve does.
Ms. Meserve.
Thank you. Just a couple clarifications. Mr. Lucas, do you recall Ms. Carroll asking about your knowledge of climate change scenarios analyzed in environmental impact reports under CEQA?
Yes, I do.
And are you aware that you're testifying in a water rights change petition hearing?
I am.
So are you intending to provide comments on an EIR process in a CEQA proceeding?
I am not.
And is this proceeding intended to inform a decision on a water rights petition?
That is my understanding.
And does your testimony pertain to whether DWR used best available science in presenting information to the State Water Board?
It does.
That's all I have.
Thank you. And with that, I will turn to you, Ms. Carroll. Do you have any follow-up?
So in talking about the best available science, I wanted to ask, is it your understanding is that the use of those recommendations is not for the development of environmental impact reports, but really for the purpose of planning studies?
Yeah. I would not delineate it that succinctly. Some of and I cannot point you exactly to which one. I'm not sure if I pulled quotations or paraphrased. So I showed you in one of my slides that there were 5 DWR or state reports that contain basically guidance along the lines of those best practices of using multiple scenarios. One of them did speak a little more specifically to different use cases in which one would develop climate change scenarios and run analyses. And I would say it's always for planning purposes, but you're right. What is the legal or administrative context for that planning study? And I cannot recall any particular piece from that guidance or those guidance documents from DWR that would say, oh, in an EIR, it's okay to do this, but if you've got a broader planning study for other purposes, then you should follow the best practices. I cannot recall that sort of neat delineation. And I recognize that there are other potential considerations in an EIR. I would say that DWR by I don't know how to say this without getting myself, kind of in more trouble. So, but in the absence of other planning analyses from DWR that basically show or attempt to depict the impacts and potential benefits of the DCP under climate change scenarios, The EIR is all there is. And so that's what we're talking about. That's all, what we have to analyze. That's what I have to look at. It's what all of the stakeholders in this process have to look at. So whether legally or procedurally, DWR was appropriate or it was acceptable to use the scenarios as they did, as I can't say that's immaterial, but that seems to be a different question than what's actually in front of all of the people involved in this process.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I appreciate that. Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up for me land 55. Thanks so much. And if you could go to PDF page 29. Oh, I'm sorry. PDF page 21.
Ms. Carroll, what is this? What document is, I mean,
No, it's okay. This is, if we want to go to page 1, I'm sorry.
And is this within the scope of redirect?
Yes, it is addressing the question of the purposes of the recommendations that Mr. Lucas spoke to and the discussion we just had of the purpose for EIRs or planning documents.
I'm
So
sorry, but I didn't ask him those questions.
I
I
just,
asked him, but you did, so I don't see why you get to go further with this. Am I remiss, Hearing Officer Kinsey?
no, I think I'm trying to remember what questions you asked, Ms. Meserve, but
I simply asked about the difference between whether he was testifying or providing information for a CEQA proceeding or a water rights proceeding, and making sure that it was clear on the record that he knew he was providing information for a water rights proceeding. That was the scope of my redirect.
And Ms. Carroll, do you have a response to that?
I believe he also responded to you, Ms. Kinsey, about this between a water rights and an EIR. So I'm just trying to get some clarification as to what these recommendations are used for.
I think it would be appropriate for rebuttal.
I think this is outside the scope, Ms. Carroll, that Ms. Meserve's, now that I've been refreshed, her redirect was very, very limited. So I am going to stop this line of questioning unless there's something specifically related to the water rights CEQA EIR distinction.
It is. And so now that I've shown you the first page, may I show you page 21 and then
All
you
right.
can decide if I
Okay.
go forward?
Okay. Fine, fair enough.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, do you see here on page 21 the list of purposes and activities and the types of activities that may require climate change analysis?
I do.
Okay, and could you just read those for me, please?
Strategic planning, investment decisions, CEQA, feasibility studies, competitive funding decisions, regulatory planning, and research inquiries.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. That's all I have.
Thank you. And with that, thank you so much, Mr. Lucas. Thank you for your testimony and for responding to all of our questions today and spending the time to be here, and you are excused.
Thank
And
you all.
I will just one point of clarification on Hearing Officer Kinsey, since it was raised. I just want to let everybody know, including Ms. Carroll, that I had forwarded to Mr. Lucas, thinking he wouldn't see it till he went on lunch break, the email request for information that Hearing Officer Kinsey had sent out on Wednesday, since it did pertain somewhat to the issues that he was discussing today, and I just wanted him to be aware that that request had been made. So anyway, I apologize for interrupting, but that was the email that was forwarded.
Thank you. Thank you for your transparency, Ms. Meserve, on that. I appreciate that. And on that note, we can come back to it, Ms. Carroll, later, but we won't end the day before we have time to to at least address, if briefly, that information request.
Actually,
would you like to address it now?
Yeah, actually, we are prepared to respond to you. We're going to have something in writing to you by the end of today.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
With that, I believe we are prepared to move to our next witness and also our next protestant. I believe CSPA has indicated calling David Hurley. And at this point, I don't believe CSPA has given an opening statement. I'm not sure if that is that you, Mr. Flanders? Are you speaking on behalf of CSPA today?
Indeed.
And if you would like to make an opening statement for CSPA, please proceed.
I appreciate that. The opening statement I provided this morning was on behalf both of CISPA and Friends of the River.
Ah, thank you. Efficient. I appreciate that. And then with that, are you prepared to call Mr. Hurley?
Yes, I am. I believe he is.
I believe he's already been elevated. So welcome. Good afternoon, Mr. Hurley.
Thank you.
I will go ahead and administer the oath, and then I will turn things over to Mr. Flanders. Mr. Hurley, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, to you, Mr. Flanders.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hurley.
Thank you.
Thank you for attending. Ms. Mullen, could I ask you to please elevate Exhibit CISPA 029? And scroll down a bit. Thank you. Could you scroll down to the first page of the declaration, please? Thank you. Mr. Hurley, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a true and correct copy of your testimony for this proceeding?
Yes,
And did you prepare that testimony yourself?
I did.
Great. Mr. Hurley, would you be able today to provide us with a general summary of your written testimony?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed. Thank you.
My name is David Hurley, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about the California Delta. I'm a native of Stockton, California. My great-grandfather, Giuseppe Bussolacchi, moved to Stockton in 1917 to establish P. Bussolacchi and Brothers Fish Market and Commercial Fishery. He was a native of Santalia, Sicily, who immigrated to San Francisco before moving through the Delta from Martinez, Collinsville, Rio Vista, and finally Stockton after the 1906 earthquake. My grandfather, Frank Bussolacchi, was born in San Francisco and spent his teenage years in Rio Vista before moving to Stockton with his family. My earliest remembrance of the California Delta were during our regular trips with my grandfather's boat for catfishing, accompanied with one of his brothers, Antonino, Philip, Peter, Joseph, of Mario, along with many adult cousins. Being a young boy at the time, I was in the audience for many of the conversations on the state of the Delta prior to the closure of the commercial salmon fishery in 1957. The Bussolacchi family ran a commercial salmon tender in the Delta. My grandfather ran the boat on a regular basis to bring deliveries of salmon to one of the 9 functioning canneries in Pittsburgh or Martinez. He described their 50-foot launch so filled with salmon on the way to the cannery that they were taking water over the bow. He also described the end of the commercial salmon fishery and the devastating effect this had on the family business, resulting in both their launches, the 50-foot Rio Vista and the 45-foot Solano, becoming obsolete. He attributed the demise of the salmon run to the building of Friant Dam on the San Joaquin River earlier that decade, resulting in the San Joaquin River running dry for up to 60 miles. Growing up as his only grandson, my grandfather has been my inspiration for preserving what's left of the California Delta. Toward the end of his life in 1989, he would say to me, referring to the Delta and its fishery, "I've seen the best of it." At nearly 70 years old, unfortunately, I'm in the same position to say the same to my 5 grandsons, but my experience is pale in comparison to what my grandfather and his brothers witnessed. For the past 25 years, I've been a freelance outdoor writer for various publications in Northern California, including USA Fishing Hot Sheet, Fresno Bee, the Fish Sniffer magazine, and the Western Outdoor News. I'm currently the Northern California editor for Western Outdoor News, along with writing the Fresno Bee Fishing Report for over 20 years. Since February 2005, I've written well over 3,000 reports or columns on the California Delta. No, I'm not a fisheries biologist or even a scientist. but I am an observer of what who's witnessed and documented the demise of both the Delta's fisheries and the corresponding fishing industry. Speaking of science, outdoor writer Peter Otteson said, "Only in California water is science the variable factor, while history actually unveils the truth." I want to talk about what has occurred since I previously addressed the State Water Board in 2017. During the ensuing 8 years, not a single delta smelt. Once the most abundant fish in the delta has been located by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's midwater trawl surveys. Both the recreational and commercial salmon seasons were closed in 2023 and 2024 due to poor returns of Sacramento River Fall Run Chinook salmon, and a limited recreational season of a total of 6 days was opened statewide in 2025. Longfin smelt was listed as endangered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in 2024. Green sturgeon are listed as endangered. White sturgeon are being studied for threatened status. Sacramento River runs winter run salmon are endangered, and Sacramento spring run salmon are threatened and quite possibly uplifted to endangered status. On October 8th, upcoming in 2 weeks, the California Fish and Game Commission will vote to enact an 18 to 30-inch slot limit for striped bass in the California Delta, San Francisco Bay, and ocean waters. The regulation changes in response to the overall decrease in the adult population of striped bass in the Bay Delta system. According to UC Davis scientists Andrew Ripel and Peter Moyle, 83% of California's native fish species are now in risk of extinction. Close to 50 years ago, my late professor at then Humboldt State University, Dr. John Harper, said there's never been a case that's beneficial to a watershed of origin when water is diverted to other locations. This has certainly been the case with the California Delta, and with my short lifetime, particularly over the last decade, I've witnessed devastating changes to our fisheries. Within the past 20 years, I've observed the closure of numerous bait and tackle shops in the Bay Delta region due to decreasing numbers of fishermen and the limited opportunity for catching game fish. Participation in the annual Rio Vista Bass Derby, the oldest striped bass tournament, the oldest fishing tournament on the West Coast, has dropped precipitously since big striped bass have become increasingly scarce. Nearly all derbies have adopted a target length instead of the largest fish. The Foundation Sportsman's Club, aka the original Super Bowl sturgeon, was discontinued in 2025 after 40 years of existence due to restrictions for harvest of white sturgeon. As the fisheries go, the associated bait and tackle shops are now becoming a thing of the past, and I list several of them that have closed within the last 10 years. Most other bait shops are hanging on by a thread of keeping their doors open with the closure of salmon season, along with restrictions on white sturgeon. In addition to my grandfather, I was fortunate to be mentored by the founder of the California Striped Bass Association, the late Jolly J. Sorensen. Through a period of 1970 through the 1990s, Sorensen guided over 300 days per year for striped bass and sturgeon. Currently, there are very few full-time guides on the California Delta for striped bass or sturgeon, as the six-pack guides have to spend most of their season in San Francisco Bay or the ocean to maintain a viable business. And with the catch and release regulations for sturgeon, that business is dropped dramatically. Fishing guides in the upper Sacramento River have become even more scarce, leaving for greener pastures in Oregon or Northern California lakes with the demise of the salmon season. Even before the season was closed in 2023, salmon fishing on the Sacramento River and its tributaries was extremely poor. As a college student in the 70s, I worked as a deliveryman for the Arctic Ice Company. We had a specific route for the Delta Islands, and I personally carried thousands of pounds of ice on a routine basis to Delta marinas and businesses that no longer exist. Herman and Helen's Marina west of Stockton off 8 Mile Road was a staple of the Central Delta, along with Uncle Bobby's Marina. Both businesses have been closed, and several other marinas are experiencing declining business and empty berths, with empty and disintegrating docks and buildings. The late Bill Jennings of California's Sport Fishing Protection Alliance described what's been occurring in California Delta as a death of 1,000 cuts. and clearly the Delta fishes are hemorrhaging. Based on my observations within my lifetime and actual hands-on experience of writing fishing reports within the past 25 years, that Delta experience is in danger of extinction. The Delta Conveyance project is projected to take up to 22% more water out of the Delta when fisheries and related businesses are currently on life support. And Mr. Stork went over our lengthy history of removing water from one watershed to transfer to another region. But I just want to point out, as we know, every major river in California, except for the Smith in the far west, northwest corner of the state, has been dammed. The solution after solution has been attempted over the past 120 years, and the bottom line, it's never enough. Perhaps it's time to get on this squirrel wheel of continuing to build expensive products only to set the stage for additional products in the future. Our history tells us that's our pattern. I want to go back to Sorensen again. He was known to say, and I want to talk a little bit about the Delta experience. Sorensen was known to say the San Joaquin River runs the first 150 miles by gravity, but it runs the last 200 miles by politics. California Delta is far more than a means to an end for corporate agriculture to grow almonds or pistachios on impaired lands for export. It's a unique and remarkable place. Sorensen was also known to sum up his feelings for the Delta. He would say, "This is my Sistine Chapel. There are no two sunsets alike out here on the Delta." His reverence for this special place is shared by many, and to be able to share the feeling of watching the sun rise and the fog lift off the water on the San Joaquin River, to hear the massive flocks of ducks, geese, and sandhill cranes fly overhead in the fog, listen to the coyotes howl off of Decker Island at night, these are some experiences that should be preserved for future generations. To sit on the anchor and have long conversations with others while fishing and with the legitimate opportunity to catch a fish of a lifetime is another experience to be preserved. Based on what's taken place in Delta's fisheries since water exports were ramped up in the year 2000, it's time to look at alternatives to one more expensive project to benefit few at the demise of a priceless ecosystem. This project proposes to bypass the San Joaquin River system to deliver water directly from the Sacramento River to South Delta pumps. Obviously, this will result in a major reduction of flow to the San Joaquin River, a river already choked with invasive aquatic growth, requiring intensive herbicide spraying from the Department of Water, Boating and Water Resources. In no world can the California Delta survive in its current weakened state by removing more flow from an already impaired system. I mean, the real question to me is, are we the generation responsible for the extinction of California's salmon, a species that's been on Earth for over 50 million years, or white sturgeon, a species that existed for over 200 million years? Are we the generation that's going to watch them go extinct? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. And thank you, Mr. Flanders. Mr. Flanders, did you have any follow-up? I think you referred them as housekeeping questions for
None
Mr.
for
Hurley
Mr.
before we
Hurley,
get.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then with that, I will look to Ms. Morris. I see you are here. So do you have questions for Mr. Hurley?
I do have just a few questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Hurley. My name is Stephanie Morris, and I'm outside counsel for the Department of Water Resources in this matter. How are you this afternoon?
I'm fine, Ms. Morris, and thank you. I got the opportunity to watch you work earlier today.
Oh. Let's see. I wanted to ask you, and maybe just to try to cut down on questions, your testimony in this matter does not include any quantitative analysis of the biological effects of the Delta Conveyance project on fisheries, does it?
I think I made it pretty clear to you that I'm not a scientist or a biologist, but I am an observer of what has taken place in my lifetime. I'm nearly 70 years old. I've been a bridge between what occurred before from the commercial fishing industry that was within my family to what I've observed during my lifetime, and particularly over the last decade. So I made that clear that I'm not a biologist, but I am an observer. And I do believe the history tells us a story that is very important.
Thank you. And so it's fair to say that the statements in your testimony are based on your personal observations or things that were shared with you by others.
Yes, over the 3,000 reports that I do have saved, that's information that I received from direct sources that are on the California Delta, whether they be tackle shops, individual fishermen, or a commercial recreational fisherman. That is correct.
And you're not providing any expert opinions in your testimony today, are you?
Can you clarify what you mean by an expert opinion?
Are you relying on data and analysis for others to draw conclusions? Or are you just sharing your personal experience and observations?
Well, I think it's a little disingenuous to say I'm sharing my personal opinions because I've received the information from various sources that are directly on the water. And I made it clear to you earlier that I'm not a scientist, but I consider myself more an observer and a historian of what has taken place. And I don't think we can deny the information that I presented, that there's been no delta smelt found in the midwater trawl survey. The salmon season was closed in 2023 and 24, open for a very short season this year. White sturgeon is currently being uplifted to be reserved for threatened, and also that the striped bass is being presented for a vote for 18 to 30 inch slot limit in the next couple of weeks. I think those are all facts.
Okay, well then we can go through, but I just want to be clear. So it sounds like you are relying on other people to derive your opinions that are presented in this testimony.
Well, as I said, I've written well over 3,000 fishing reports, and those weren't all my. I don't sit there and make things up. I have to get that information from other people.
Okay, if we could open your testimony then, and if we could go to page 3, please. And I'm looking at paragraph 7, the last sentence, and I have questions for you about lines 12 and 13. And you state that all fish populations in the Delta's watershed have declined 95% since exports of water were increased above recommended levels. When you say all fish populations, do you mean every species in the Delta watershed?
Well, according to the information that I have looking in front of me, there's a couple of articles that I'm reading from 2015, 2012. Decline, and it says a decline of more than 95% has been observed in several native and pelagic fish species in the San Joaquin-Sacramento Delta. The ecosystem collapse, documented over several decades, is largely driven by water diversions, habitat loss, and invasive species.
And you just read from something, but you have no citations to that in this testimony, correct? I'm looking at this and I do not see a citation to any reports, and those reports that you just read from were not provided, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's
Okay.
a observation on your part.
And so when you say all fish populations, are you including non-native species?
Has a decline of more than 95% has been observed in several native and pelagic open water fish species. And as you know, and as you may know, we're talking if we're talking non-native species, the striped bass, which, as I'm sure you're aware, were introduced in 1879, the adult population of striped bass is at an all-time low. That's one of the reasons that they're considering, and quite likely will vote to change the slot limit to 18 to 30 inches. And I have seen numerous documentations that show that the adult population of striped bass, I don't have a citation directly in front of me, but has declined precipitously over the years. And that's
And you
certainly
didn't provide those citations in your testimony, correct?
we did. Oh, right. We're well aware of that. Thank you.
Mr. Hurley, I'm entitled to ask you questions, and I tried to ask you some questions up front, and I'm to not have to go through this, but based on your responses, I need to walk through the statements and understand the basis for them. So thank you for your patience with me this afternoon.
Not a
When
problem.
you state that all fish populations are declining. In that statement, what time period are you referring to in terms of the decline you are asserting?
The sources that I'm looking, as I mentioned before, are listed as 2015. However, I do have a cite from Dr. Ripel and Dr. Moyle that was listed in 2024, September 2024, that states freshwater biodiversity is collapsing worldwide, and 83% of California's native fish species are at the risk of extinction.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'm going to move to strike that testimony, and those statistics nor the papers that were supporting it are not part of this witness's testimony, and they were not provided. This is surprise testimony and outside the scope of what was previously provided.
Sustained. We will strike this testimony. So the problem here, Mr. Hurley, is that you are, as I understand, testifying based on what is written in documents that are outside of our record at this point. So we do have rebuttal that's coming up at some point soon. There is an opportunity possibly if this evidence rebuts testimony and evidence submitted by DWR to put these items in the record, but because they're not here, it's not appropriate for you to testify simply what these other documents say. Ms. Meserve.
No, I understand that
I
exactly.
guess I'm a little confused because it sounds like Ms. Morris asked a question on cross-exam and then Mr. Hurley answered it, and seems like she asked the question and he can answer it however he deems correct. So I don't understand why this is an evidentiary issue.
Well, Mr. Hurley cannot, and well, you can tell me otherwise. This is where I'm at right now. Mr. Hurley is testifying not based on his own knowledge or his personal observation, but is reading from someone else's, from hearsay, which is not offered into the record. That raises concerns for me because we don't know what these documents are. We haven't seen them. I think there are probably ways to get them in properly, but that is what I'm thinking at this point. Ms. Meserve, did you want to respond to that? I can't, sorry, you disappeared from my view, so I can't see you.
Sorry, I
There
didn't
you
have
are.
to
It's not your fault.
Mr. Flanders, but I mean, I think that if DWR wants to file evidentiary objections to Mr. Hurley's testimony, it should do so. If she's going to ask him questions, then he's entitled to give answers. And, like, I don't see how he can be censored from answering based off his testimony.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, if I may clarify for a moment, I believe the witness has testified in his written report that based on his professional experience and day-to-day affairs over the past 50 plus years, he is familiar with a variety of sources regarding the health of fish populations. It's his job to do so. And the testimony further goes to the effects of that on commercial and recreational fishing. I acknowledge that he has not cited every source in this document from which he's gained that information. And to the extent Ms. Morris is probing that question, I can understand his responses.
Well, and I think the response there isn't, if it's, the testimony is from Mr. Hurley's experience and knowledge, and that's certainly, that is the type of response that is certainly allowed in response to Ms. Morris's questions. My concern is bringing in what sounds to be read text from another source that is not part of our record, and we don't know what it is. It's not a good, bottom line, it's not a good use of our time, and there's better ways to bring that in where we can properly examine it, I think. So that's why I'm just trying to keep it. We're in a little bit of a catch-22, I think, because Ms. Morris is in a position where we haven't had evidentiary objections, so she needs to go through this process, and I understand why. It's one of the disadvantages of having evidentiary objections come after. It's often more efficient, but that's why we're here. But I do want to try to keep us focused. We will navigate this carefully, and thank you, Mr. Hurley, for your patience while the lawyers have this little exchange.
No, I appreciate that. It's just that I was asked a question, and it's clear that I did not cite a source. However, I did receive it from other places that are not in the record. That doesn't
Noted. And as I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. And
that doesn't discount their viability, but I understand that.
And I think, as I've mentioned several times now, you and Mr. Flanders can put your heads together on if there's an appropriate way to get this in, because we're early in this proceeding, even though we've been doing this for a while. Ms. Desjardins, you've had your hand raised, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to know how this is distinguishable from the question where Ms. Carroll asked Mr. Lucas about precipitation trends, and he did say he'd looked at the NOAA climate data. And the NOAA climate data is not in the record. It was something that he'd looked at to form his opinion. And I want to know how Dave Hurley, looking at fish population analyses, is distinguishable, or fish populations and trends is distinguishable from that discussion.
Because we don't know what those documents are, right? These are unsighted documents that are unknown to us. It could be a quotation from anyone. And that, to me,
Was it because it was a specific citation and not something that Mr. Hurley would look at in the course of his his evaluation of trends in fish population?
My concern is the direct quotation from a source that is not within the record and that is unknown.
Thank you.
And it doesn't appear to be processed by Mr. Hurley's experience, knowledge, which has, I think, to some extent been established by what we have in front of us. So, Mr. Hurley, I think maybe the way to move forward here is to testify in response to Ms. Morris. I mean, you can rely on your experience, your many years of experience, and the information you have received from other sources, but in your own words, I think will help us in this way.
What would you like to hear?
Please.
Well, one thing I will tell you that I know from my own experience is that striped bass over 40 pounds were very common at one time. They're very rare now. Striped bass is probably the most species that I'm most familiar with. It's the one that I fish primarily for. I know that we don't see those large fish anymore. That's one of the reasons why we have the protections that are being listed by the Fish and Game Commission in the upcoming meeting. That's been really wanted for by fisheries organizations. So I'm familiar with that particular, and also from my own observations. And you can check it out in terms of the weights of fishing tournaments for black bass in the California Delta have dropped precipitously over the last couple of years. Normally it would be a 30-pound weight would be required to win a tournament. Now we're looking at 17 to 22 because the largemouth bass population, the larger species, have been harder to catch or absent. I guess that's what I'm
So there was no pending question.
Ms. Morris, I think it was Mr. Hurley was following up on the question that was pending, and I think we had an interjection and went off in our lawyerly direction. But now back to you. You can direct us forward.
Did you cite a source in line 13 of your testimony for what is recommended levels?
Objection. The document speaks for itself as to whether there's a citation.
I'll allow the question, but I think we don't need it with respect to every single one. But go ahead, Mr. Hurley. You can state the obvious.
I said no. I mean, you heard me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And looking at in page 3, lines 26 through 28, you have a quote, and my question is, where is the source of this quote?
George White, he's one of the last, he's 83 years old. He's a resident of Oakland, California. He's one of the last surviving charter members of the California Striped Bass Association that was put into effect in April 1974, over 50 years ago.
Was it in writing somewhere? Because there's no citation.
No, he spoke directly to me, and I wrote down exactly what he said.
And did he provide a basis to you for the statement that the two factors were increased water diversions and predation by sea lions?
Can you clarify that question for me, please?
Did
What you're
Mr.
looking, I want to see what
Wright provide a basis for his statement to you for increased water diversions and predation by sea lions?
I think I understand your question. His basis is the fact that he's been fishing on the California Delta since the 1960s. Until even at 83 years old, he goes out 4 and 5 times a week. So
And he told you that?
yes.
And so Mr. Wright was providing information to you about his observations, but he did not conduct a scientific study for the
No.
basis of that statement.
No, he did not conduct a scientific study. This is based on his direct observation and being on the water.
And in page 5, line 14, you have another quote. Is that cited from a document or just a recollection of what Mr. Jennings said to you?
Mr. Jennings said that directly to me, and it's also been in writing in places that he's in the type of writing that he's done. But I've interviewed the late Mr. Jennings on a number of occasions.
And again, there's no citation for this quote.
That's correct. If you're looking for an exact date or time, no.
And you and the same page 5, paragraph 15, lines 7 through 9, beginning the Delta Conveyance project is projected to take up 22% more water out of the Delta when fisheries and related businesses are on life support. What is the basis of your statement there?
Well, I've seen that several times, and apparently one of what is my understanding is that one of the biologists that was actually working on the project had made that statement. I read it through an article that was provided by Dan Bacher, who's also an outdoor writer. And I think that's been fairly commonly out there in terms of, but as far as the specific site, I don't have that. Like, obviously, but that has been what I've seen listed. And my understanding is one of your own scientists that came up with that.
Mr. Hurley, when you say taking 22% more water out of the Delta, you're not saying that it's taking 22% more of Delta flow, correct?
Well, let's think about it. If you go get water from Hood, you bypass the Delta with a tunnel, you put it in the pumps at the bottom of the South Delta, it's clearly going to impact the flow of the San Joaquin River. So yes, I would say that based on this number, if this number is correct, it's clear that it will affect the flow.
Did you cite to this number meaning to be that this is the percentage of water that would be available to the State Water Project if the project was built?
No.
So you are comparing it to say that, I'm trying to understand if you are saying that it's 22% more out of the total flow of the Delta. Is that your statement?
Well, let's think about it. As I said before, if you take water from Hood and you divert the Delta, divert it around the Delta, and you don't put it in the Delta, you put it directly in the pumps in the South, then yes, it makes sense. Once again, I'm not someone who's a expert in terms of flow, but I mean, just from a practical aspect of it and just thinking about it, it clearly makes sense. If this is an accurate statement that's been made before, 22% more water can go out of the Delta. then yes, it's going to affect the flow.
And is it your testimony that it's a 22% more out of the delta in every single year?
I have no information on that.
And if we could pull up DWR 110. Please, Miss Mullen. Sorry, I didn't mean to not say please.
Please works.
And if we could, oh, I should have gotten my pages. I just want to get the right PDF page. I believe it's PDF page. Sorry, I had it and then I lost it.
We can also, Ms. Morris, I would not be opposed to a 5-minute break if that would be helpful. You like that?
Great. I think it's page 18, but we can take the break now and then come back to this.
Great. Let's go ahead and take 5 minutes. 5.5 maybe. Let's come back at 2:37. Thank you.
Got a little testy there.
All right, welcome back. I'll look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Great, thank you. And we have Mr. Flanders, Ms. Morris, and Mr. Hurley. You're off mute, but we can't see you. I think you need to turn your,
Working on it.
or we may need to help. Did the hearing team turn off Mr. Hurley's camera?
Yes.
I got it.
There we have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I believe back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Hurley, did you review the incidental take permit issued for the Delta Conveyance project?
No,
Are you aware that the incidental take permit has more restrictions than were analyzed in the final environmental impact report?
Objection relies on facts, not on evidence. Vague as to more restrictions.
I'll overrule. Mr. Hurley, do you understand the question?
can you repeat it, please?
Do you understand that the incidental take permit has more stringent operational requirements than were analyzed in the final environmental impact report?
I'll object again because the question was asked differently the second time, so vague as to what is meant by more stringent.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Hurley.
Oh, I don't understand, but I do understand that the overall species of Delta fish has been declining. Businesses have been declining. I do understand that.
And do you know which fish species are covered by the incidental take permit for the Delta Conveyance project?
Not specifically.
And did you review the DWR operations plan, which is marked as DWR 805R?
I did not.
And did you review the fishery biology section of the final environmental impact report?
I did not.
Did you review any operational requirements for the Delta Conveyance project?
I did not.
And are you aware that the exports with the incidental take permit are 19%?
Can you clarify that?
That was
for
a
me?
bad question. Yeah, I'll clarify. Are you aware that the yield from the Delta Conveyance project is with the incidental take permit is 19%, not 22%?
I'm gonna I'm gonna object. What does that mean? What do you mean,
Let's just pull up what we were looking at first, DWR before DWR 110. And this is the testimony that was provided in this hearing from Mr. Singh. Have you reviewed this testimony?
No.
But you are aware that modeling has been done for this project, correct?
I'm not aware of it, but I hope that it has been.
And are you aware that the 22% number that you cite in your testimony comes from the modeling for this project?
Objection misstates testimony.
Well, that maybe you're going to show us, Ms. Morris. I don't know. I thought we got to the point where we didn't know where the 22% came from.
I mean, Mr. Hurley said it came from DWR, so if we can go to page 18, I am trying to understand where he got that number. I believe it's from here, and if we can look at the end of September storage and deliveries and scroll to the middle column, do you see, Mr. Hurley, where it says State Water Project Table A?
Table A, yes.
And do you understand that to be deliveries to the State Water Project contractors?
I'll take your word for it.
And do you see in that column that the change in percentage from existing to the Delta Conveyance project is 22%?
I see 19%.
If you look at the far columns on the left, the existing versus the DCP, and I think you're looking at the difference between the updated baseline and the ITP DCP. So let's first look at the far left-hand column, existing DCP and DCP, and do you see the percentage change in the third, I guess it's 1, 2, 3, fourth column.
The
I'm
22.
gonna make a few objections. First, again, the table speaks for itself. Second, the witness has stated he's not familiar with this document. And third, he's not testified as a operational expert sufficient qualified to analyze this document that he's never seen before.
Well, let's see. I can understand.
I'm happy to move on. I'm
Okay.
trying to understand the source. So is it your testimony, Mr. Hurley, that you don't know where you got the 22% in your testimony on page 5, line 8?
As I mentioned earlier to you, I'd seen that number listed several times in information that has come across, specifically as I cited from you in an article that was written by Dan Bacher.
So
And my question is, my point is that we are already struggling tremendously with what you've watched, what I've observed in my lifetime and over the last 10 years. And here we have an additional source of water being removed from the Delta. That's very concerning to me.
I just want to make sure I understand your testimony is you don't know what that 22% is, or you know it comes from an article, but you don't know what it means.
Well, it looks to me, looking this is 22% change, but you're right. My understanding is that there is a possibility, the potential for 22% more water to be removed from the Delta via a Delta Conveyance project. Now, if you remember Mr. Stork's testimony earlier today that I actually observed, he indicated an amount of 500,000 acre feet additional. That's what I saw today.
Okay, if we can look at your testimony on page 5, and you cite on lines 21 through 25 several numbers. Do you see that?
I do.
And you did not provide a reference from where you obtained those numbers, correct?
That goes back to the earlier numbers. Of course, I have the same answer, that those are information that I have seen, but I did not provide a source. You're correct.
And on page 6, lines 8 through 9, the sentence begins, based upon what has taken place in the Delta's fisheries since water exports were ramped up in 2000. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you mean to say since 2000 that exports have been increasing?
Yeah, when the Colorado River was cut off, exports in the Delta increased exponentially. That's my understanding.
What do you mean the Colorado River was cut off?
Well, the Colorado River Agreement, Southern California received so many million acre feet from the Colorado River. That ceased. A percentage of that water ceased in 2000, which is my understanding is. And I do believe, based on the information that I've been received, once again, I don't cite, but that the water exports were increased in the California Delta sometime around the year 2000.
But you haven't done a quantitative analysis to support that statement, have you?
Oh, that's obvious. Thank you.
So that's no? Is that a no?
Yes, that's a no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And this statement that, do you know what percentage reduction occurred in terms of your characterization of cut off Colorado River?
I don't.
And do you know what service area receives Colorado River water?
I didn't cite it or mention it in this. So no, I don't know that.
Are you aware of the biological opinions issued in 2008 and 2009 for the operation of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Water Project?
I'm not aware of the biological opinions. And once again, I want to remind you that my testimony is based on observations of what I've witnessed in my lifetime and over the last 25 years of writing extensively on the California Delta and the demise that's taken place in not only the size and amount of fish species, as well as the impact it's had on the fishing industry. That's where my testimony.
And thank you, Mr. Hurley. And part of my job, and I'm not meaning to be, if I'm not trying to be personally attacking you or to say that that isn't important or valuable perceptions, but it's my job to understand the basis for your statement. So thank you for your patience with me this afternoon.
I appreciate you very much.
Do you know if the biological opinions in '08 and '09 allowed for more or less water to be exported?
I don't know specifically that.
Thank you so much for your time and for answering my questions. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And Mr. Krieger, do you have any questions for Mr. Hurley?
I do not, thank you.
All right, thank you. And I don't have any questions at this time. So Mr. Flanders, do you have any redirect for Mr. Hurley?
I do, thank you.
Please.
Mr. Hurley, is it correct that you work as a writer and journalist?
I worked as a writer and what?
Journalist?
Yes, that's correct.
And in your capacity as a writer and journalist, do you regularly interview people?
Daily. In fact, I have a whole list of calls that I need to make this afternoon, sitting right here in front of me.
In that capacity, is it important that you accurately quote people when you interview them?
Absolutely. Let me tell you, if you don't quote people exactly, you will not be quoting them again. And everything in my business is built on trust. And it's not the easiest thing in the world to get fishermen to trust you because they, by nature, are a very selective audience. And it's if I violate their trust, I've lost them as a source. So my entire business model is based upon developing that relational capacity with them and being as honest as possible all the time.
In your experience as a freelance outdoor writer for publications such as usafishing.com, Fresno Bee, Western Outdoor News, is it typically your practice to cite every assertion with one or more sources with pinpoint accuracy?
Objection as to relevance.
I heard objection as to relevance, but I will allow the question. Go ahead, Mr. Hurley.
Since I'm getting a direct information from sources, I would say that I rarely make specific cites.
And in that practice, has anyone from usafishing.com, Fresno Bee, Western Outdoor News raised a concern with you as to the reliability of your work?
Never.
Have your experiences fishing in the Delta and speaking with those who fish in the Delta been generally consistent with the scientific reports you have read and reviewed insofar as your description of those reports showing?
As the scope as to relevance.
I'm sorry, Ms. Carroll, can you repeat? I think I lost.
Sorry, I wasn't quite done with the question either.
But, well, okay, so let's get through the question and then we'll pause, Mr. Hurley. It sounds like Ms. Carroll has a objection. Go ahead, Mr. Flanders.
Oh yeah, let's start fresh. Have your experiences fishing in the Delta and speaking with those who fish in the Delta been consistent with the scientific reports you've reviewed regarding Delta fish health, and insofar as the documents you referenced earlier showing fewer and fewer fish, while commercial and recreational fishermen also encounter fewer and fewer fish?
Well, there isn't any question about that. I mean, that's the reason why striped bass are going to a slot limit, and white sturgeon, which had a very viable business essentially out of San Pablo Bay, Pittsburgh, and Martinez has within the last 2 years gone to a catch and release only. It's because of the demise of the fish populations. This year, for the first time in 3 years, fishermen are able to fish only the American, Feather, and McCullamy rivers for salmon with a 1 salmon limit. The previous 2 years, those fisheries were closed. The Sacramento River and from its entire stretch from the Carquinez Bridge all the way up is closed for salmon. The San Joaquin River has been closed historically for many years to salmon. So yes, there has been my observations plus the sources that I've seen, they match the overall decline of game fish species.
Objection. We tried to get in before, but Mr. Hurley jumped in his answer vague as to scientific reports, fish health, and those he spoke to. It lacks foundation. There was no testimony by this witness that he has reviewed scientific reports related to fisheries. He cited 2 publications.
Can I respond to that?
Well, there's no question. So no, but I'm trying to think how, I think I may have sustained that objection if we'd heard it before. Mr. Flanders, do you care to work with Mr. Hurley to lay a foundation with respect to his his review of scientific reports?
Well, I can. I think, Mr. Hurley, in your professional capacity, do you regularly review scientific reports regarding Delta fishery health?
If I have a question about something, I will do some research and I will take a look at and I'll read the reports.
So,
I think,
for example, might you review CDFW's midwater trawl surveys?
yes.
So the question is not intended to, delineate each and every specific report Mr. Hurley reviews, but rather to capture his experience as a local writer who stays informed regarding Delta fish health.
Understood. I think we're going to, and Ms. Morris will have a chance to follow up on this, but here we are. We have the testimony. Let's go forward, Mr. Flanders, if you have additional questions for Mr. Hurley.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Morris, do you want to follow up?
I do, briefly. Mr. Hurley, did you provide a statement of qualifications or CV to support your testimony in this matter?
I don't believe so.
And did you list any scientific reports that you reviewed to support your testimony?
I think we covered this. I did not.
And you just said you do review scientific reports, and Mr. Flanders said midwater trawl. Isn't that survey data?
Well, my understanding, it's survey data, and it's the best available science that's out there. If no Delta smelt have been found in the last 7 years, I don't know who's going to go and find them.
So what other scientific reports do you regularly review?
Oh, I read quite frequently what takes place from Dr. Peter Moyle. I've read several of his writings on California striped bass and the effect of predation, or the lack of effect of predation on salmon in his articles. I did a number of articles on the white sturgeon population prior to the Department of Fish and Wildlife taking action. Because I was, the reason
Dr. Moyle, go ahead.
The reason for the last 5 years, I've written articles on the recreational fishery impacting the white sturgeon population because of the decline of the white sturgeon. So, and that ultimately, and then that's not the only factor, but it came to the knowledge of the Department of Fish and Wildlife when the San Francisco Baykeeper filed a petition along with CSPA and Restore the Delta to consider listing the white sturgeon as threatened. And since then, there's been a number of studies that have taken place including on-the-water studies and pit tagging that are done by the captains themselves. And the recent research that came out from the department was that the decline of the adult white sturgeon population is extremely low. Therefore, a catch and release season is warranted. These are the type of things that I've observed over time, written about, and have actually come into fruition. The striped bass slot limit is another example of articles that I've written over the last 10 years requesting this because of the decline of this large size of striped bass in the California Delta, San Francisco Bay. Now,
And
after a period of time, it's coming to fruition.
the scientific reports that you read by Dr. Moyle, were those peer reviewed?
I don't know the answer to that because I'm not a scientist, but I'd say quite likely they were.
And have you ever, but you don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, you're right.
And have you ever provided expert testimony in a court proceeding?
In terms of what?
Have you provided expert testimony regarding fisheries in a court proceeding?
What type of court proceeding?
You pick any.
Oh, I have.
Okay, which ones?
I was expert testimony in a domestic abuse case that took place when I was a principal of a high school.
Right, but I said regarding fisheries.
Oh, I didn't hear. That's why I asked you, what are you speaking about? No, the only time I've spoken before, and as I told you, and I referenced it, the changes that have taken place since 2017 was the last time I spoke before the Water Board. And I did affect the changes that have taken place in the last 8 years affecting the fishery.
And would you agree that writing newspaper articles and quoting people is not necessarily the same as providing evidence and data to support a position?
No, I don't agree with that at all, because as I said earlier today, science is a variable that can be manipulated, whereas history has a tendency, even though in the past many times it's manipulated, it has the opportunity to tell the truth. And I don't think we can deny, we can deny, but I think if we really look at the situation, it's undeniable of what's taken place in the Delta's fisheries historically, whether it's the last 100 years or even the last 10 or 15 years.
But you don't have an opinion about the Delta Conveyance project and the impacts. Your testimony is related to what has happened in the history of the Delta, and that's what you have perceived and your own personal experience, correct?
Objection, misstates testimony.
I think that's fair. Ms. Morris, do you want to rephrase that?
No, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. Thank you, Mr. Flanders. And most of all,
Mr. Kinsey, if I may, one final follow-up question to something Ms. Morris posed.
well, and then Ms. Morris will get a chance. So sure.
I appreciate that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Hurley. So a moment ago, Ms. Morris asked you, what other scientific reports do you regularly review? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall earlier in your testimony, you began reading from some specific reports that Ms. Morris moved to strike?
Right.
I'm wondering if you would be able, without quoting the text of the reports, to simply tell us the author and the source from which you were reading.
Yes. It is. It was an article written by UC Davis. It says California Native Fish in Decline by Andy Fell, September 3rd, 2024.
And were there any additional articles you were reading from that earlier that Ms. Morris objected to?
Objection, that's outside the scope. The question was about what he had reviewed, not what I asked him about.
Well, I hesitate to do this because I don't know that it's great use of our time if we're going to go through a long list. So I think the point is made, so I'll cut us off here. Ms. Morris, do you want to follow up on this at all in any way?
No, I hope you have a nice afternoon, Mr. Hurley.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Flanders. And thank you very much, Mr. Hurley, for being with us on a Friday afternoon. Sounds like you have people to call. So thank you very much for your testimony and for spending the time with us.
Fair hearing officer and moderating everything so beautifully. Thank you.
Thank you. You are excused. And with that, I believe we may be hearing possibly from Mr. Schutz, who had agreed graciously to testify, I think, on a Friday afternoon instead of a Monday morning, which I'm not sure which is more challenging. And we've already had IC, so we don't need an opening statement, and you are here. And I think at this point, I need to swear you in. That's where we are at. All right. Mr. Schutz, welcome. It's good to see you. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will turn to you, Mr. Flanders, to introduce Mr. Schutz.
Good afternoon, Chris. Good to see you. Ms. Mullen, would you please bring up Exhibit CISPA 004? And if you could scroll down just a little bit, please. Thank you. Mr. Schutz, are you familiar with this document?
I am. This is my written testimony in this proceeding.
Do you have any changes to this testimony you'd like to submit?
I do not.
And was this testimony prepared by you?
I prepared this testimony.
Great. In preparing this testimony, did you also rely on exhibits CISPA 005 through 017?
Actually, what I relied on in my testimony was exhibits CSPA 007 through 0017. 017.
Okay, great.
Exhibit CSPA 005 is my statement of qualifications. Exhibit CSPA 006 is a revised set of proposed permit terms.
Is exhibit CISPA 005 a true and accurate statement of your qualifications?
It is.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mullen. Could we next go to exhibit CISPA 018? Mr. Schutz, do you recognize this document?
I do. It's a summary of my testimony.
And was this prepared by you?
I did prepare this document.
Okay. With that, I would like to hand it over to you to proceed through your summary of testimony.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Kenzie and other participants in this proceeding. My name is Chris Schutz. I'm the Executive Director of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, or CSPA, or CSPA, as I usually call it. There's a difference in pronunciation of the acronym. CSPA has a long history of vigorous opposition to schemes to move water around or under the Delta. CSPA opposes the Delta Conveyance Project, or the DCP, just as CSPA opposed the DCP's various predecessors, including the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and the California Water Fix. CSPA has tirelessly fought those proposed projects in regulatory settings and in the courts. This will continue. Next slide, please. I offer my testimony today primarily on the contingency that the DCP may nonetheless be constructed. My testimony addresses 4 subject matter areas. First, Oroville operations, reservoir operations, and the need to condition them in a permit term. Second, how the DCP, if constructed, would intersect and incentivize more frequent and higher volumes of water transfers. Third, I discuss temporary urgency change petitions and orders, how they might interact with the Delta Conveyance Project, or DCP, as I said before, if constructed, and the need to condition such orders in a permit term or terms. And fourth, the need for the Administrative Hearings Office and the State Water Board to anticipate that DWR and its contractors would seek various changes to increase exports if the DCP were constructed. Next slide, please. The Oroville Reservoir end of September storage target of 1.6 million acre-feet was initiated in the technical addendum to the 2019 DWR Delivery Capability Report, which I've already presented as Exhibit CSPA 001. DWR initiated this new target administratively. It is what they call a planning target, not a regulatory requirement. Under current conditions, DWR can change the target through an internal decision-making process. Next slide, please. The incidental take permit, or ITP, for the DCP contains condition of approval 11-110, which states in part, this condition of approval is intended to replicate calcium-3 modeling assumptions for the project that reduce the impacts of diversions at the north intakes by maintaining upstream storage, reservoir storage. This formulation is fundamentally flawed because it asks DWR to replicate modeling assumptions instead of defining the baseline condition for reservoir operations that is the desired outcome, and instead of defining clear rules that would achieve that desired outcome. None of DWR's witnesses could say how he or she would go about finding, let alone integrating into operations, the modeling assumptions referenced in condition 11-110. This formulation also assumes that existing reservoir operations are acceptable. It also accepts the frame that permit conditions developed in this proceeding cannot address existing SWP operations. It is tied to an external document, the ITP, that would have a very short shelf life after DCP operations might begin. Next slide, please. I evaluated the storage operations of Oroville Reservoir as modeled for the without DCP condition and for the with DCP under the ITP condition. I used the calcium-3 model output for baseline condition for the DCP under constraints required by the ITP for the Delta Conveyance project. I described how I selected this output on page 4 of Exhibit CSPA 002. Slide 5 that we're looking at now of my summary shows the output that I generated. More detail of this output is provided in Exhibit CSPA 007, in which I break down the number of years shown so that it's a more digestible, approximately 20 years at a time, graphic representation of the output from the calcium-3 modeling. 38% of the years modeled in the 100-year period of record failed to meet the 1.6 million acre-foot end of September storage target for Oroville Reservoir. Of those 38 years, or 38% of the years, which is the same thing, only 6 failed to meet that target by less than 50,000 acre-feet. Next slide, please. End of September storage, or EOS storage as it's abbreviated, is a necessary margin of safety that there will be sufficient water if the following year is dry. It is one of the few tools available to assure water supply reliability for fish and wildlife. There needs to be an enforceable permit term in DWR's water rights permits to require carryover storage in Oroville Reservoir. I recommend the 1.6 million acre-foot value, but with more certainty than the loose target DWR now operates to. The target should be met with 90% certainty, not 62%. Next slide, please. Let's now turn to some issues relating to water transfers. DWR's proposed permit term 1 specifically exempts water transfers from DWR's commitment not to export more stored water than under current operations once the DCP facilities were in place. Carriage water for transfers is conceptually required to mitigate loss of water as it passes through the delta. Though rules for transfers through the DCP are not yet specified, the carriage water requirement for transfers would at least change for any water transferred through DCP facilities as opposed through water transferred through the South Delta export facilities. In the limiting case, reductions in carriage water requirements could be as great as 35%, greatly increasing the actual yield of water transfers. The DCP would also increase the potential capacity of the Delta export facilities to accommodate water transfers from north of Delta to south of Delta. As far as I could determine, the rationale for existing annual transfer limits in the biological opinions for the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project have their roots in transfer capacity, not in environmental or water quality considerations. In my written testimony, I cite to Appendix 1 of the 2009 National Marine Fisheries Services Biological Opinion as a source for this rationale. That Appendix 1 is provided as Exhibit CSPA 010. Due to the prospective increase in export capacity that the DCP would provide, the increased transfer efficiency of exports that would not have to pass through the Delta, and the economic benefits of transfers, it is reasonable to expect that there would be pressure to increase current limits on export transfers once DCP facilities became operational. Transfer sellers north of the Delta often offset transferred water through crop idling and/or groundwater substitution. Additional groundwater pumping can cause adverse effects to stream flow, groundwater-dependent ecosystems, subsidence, and groundwater levels. Crop idling to compensate for north to south transfers could also cause adverse impacts to the giant garter snake. Next slide, please. The next few slides address temporary urgency change orders, or TUCOs, regarding Delta operations of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. DWR has committed to operations in accordance with what it calls, quote, controlling regulatory standards, unquote. Yet DWR's witnesses have confirmed that DWR considers itself to be in compliance with controlling regulatory standards if DWR is in compliance with standards that are modified pursuant to a TUCO. DWR has no evident plans to reduce reliance on TUCOs for Delta operations in the future during conditions that are dry or extremely dry. Next slide, please. Broadly speaking, TUCOs for Delta operations target controlling factors like salinity at the water quality compliance stations at Edmonton and Jersey Point. It is reasonable to expect that with the DCP in place, TUCOs would also seek to address new controlling factors that would otherwise limit exports or transfer exports. These controlling factors would likely include the proposed South Delta preference and DCP bypass flows. Any permit issues should make the use of TUCOs for Delta operations and overall disadvantage to DWR. Next slide, please. Transfers during times when TUCOs for Delta operations are in effect present a particular subset of problems and concerns. Under TUCOs in 2014, 2015, 2021, and 2022, transfers by export were not subject to the same export limits as State Water Project and Central Valley Project exports. The DCP would allow still further reduction in freshwater flow in the Delta during times when TUCOs were in effect. A permit term should disallow transfers through DCP facilities when TUCOs for Delta operations are in effect. Next slide, please. Finally, I'd like to discuss the likelihood that DWR and the state of California will try to change the rules to better optimize exports through the DCP if the DCP is constructed. A very good example of this already played out in a trailer bill regarding the Delta Conveyance project and the State Water project that Governor Newsom proposed in June of this year. I have presented the text of that trailer bill as Exhibit CSPA 016. If passed, the trailer bill would have singled out the State Water project for special treatment under this water rights system, including ending the diligence requirements for the State Water Project's water right permits and effectively allowing increases of at least 1 million acre feet per year of exports in wet water years. I will note that the state water contractors supported this trailer bill as shown in Exhibit CSPA 017. Next slide, please. Based on this specific bill, as well as on my experience in California water issues since 2000, it is my opinion that many interests will seek to increase the yield of the DCP if the DCP is constructed. This may take the form of seeking to change rules based on technical analysis or adaptive management processes, reinterpretation of existing rules, direct efforts to change rules in regulatory settings, or direct effort to change rules through political intervention by either major political party. The State Water Board must set firm rules with clear rationales in any permit the board may issue. In deciding whether to approve the DCP at all, the board must consider likely future changes in rules. Last slide, please. Thank you very much. This concludes the summary of my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. I believe at this point I will look to, it looks like Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for Mr. Schutz?
I do. And I just wanted to note, I think Mr. O'Hanlon may have questions for Mr. Schutz as well, about 15 minutes. And I don't know about Mr. Krieger. I forgot to ask.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me know.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schutz. How are you?
Good afternoon. Very well, thank you. And for some reason, I can't see you. Is there a reason for that?
I think it's a pinning situation.
There you are.
Yeah. Great. It's nice to see you again. Always a pleasure. I have some questions for you today. And I wanted to ask you, I'll start with some questions about the Bureau of Reclamation. Are you aware that the Bureau of Reclamation permits are not subject to this hearing?
Yes, I'm quite aware.
And do you think it would be proper to suggest changes like you've done in your permit terms in a hearing where those issues have not been properly noticed to the public?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. With that limitation, go ahead, Mr. Schutz.
I don't think I fully understand the question.
Okay. Well, Mr. Schutz, I think you said, and I can't remember how many, but I know I've personally seen you at many, many, many hearings, and that you have participated in notice hearings in front of the State Water Resources Control Board, right?
Correct.
And in general, you're familiar that the proceedings, like this change proceeding, have a notice that goes out so that interested parties have the ability to participate, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that this notice does not include any of the Bureau's permits?
I would agree.
So my question to you is, in your opinion, based on your experience and involvement and wanting to participate in several of these hearings, do you think it's proper to suggest changes through permit terms in a hearing when the issues, particularly regarding the Bureau's permits and their reservoir operations, are not properly noticed in this hearing?
Well, first of all, I'm quite aware that the reclamation is a party to this hearing. Second of all, what I believe I'm proposing is specific to DWR's proposed new facilities, not the existing facilities of reclamation in the South Delta. So to the extent that I mean, and this does go to somewhat to a legal opinion, but to the extent that a condition could place restrictions on the use of the DCP for south of Delta water transfers, whether it was by reclamation or by anyone else, I don't see that that would be out of bounds or beyond the scope of this hearing.
Okay. I'm going to come back into this later, but I want to pull up CSPA 6 now, which is your list of proposed permit terms.
Okay.
And we'll just go through a couple of them because I think they're broader than what we just discussed.
Okay.
And Ms. Mullen, could we thank you? And let's go specifically to page 5 or page 2, proposed permit term 5. Would you agree that are you attempting to in this permit term limit exports of the Bureau of Reclamation?
It would be somewhat up to DWR and reclamation how they would divide up the responsibility, but I suppose conceptually this could.
And if we could go to well, why don't we just do this since we're here? I'll skip around, sorry.
Sure.
Permit term 6 regarding the joint point of diversion. That's the one that you described when we first started talking about this. And it appears that you're trying to say that joint point of diversion could not be used by the CVP to divert water at the North Delta, correct?
Well, it's my view that since the Bureau of Reclamation is not a party to or seeking to permit reclamations operate any exports by reclamation through the Delta Conveyance project, that joint points of diversion should not be a workaround that allows exports by reclamation through this project, since they aren't proposing to assume any of the expense or responsibilities or the operations of the Delta Conveyance project.
And Mr. Sheets, are you aware that the joint point of diversion is specific in D1641 and its description to the water rediverted at the Banks pumping plant?
I'm familiar that it's been incorporated into D1641. I didn't recall which pumping plant it was
Okay.
addressed.
And maybe we can pull up.
It went both ways, but
Oh, sorry, okay.
I
Yeah.
thought it went either way. That both that DWR could use the facilities of reclamation, or that reclamation could use the facilities of DWR.
And if we could pull up AHO 49, Miss Mullen, please. And You recognize this revised water rights decision 1641?
I do.
Okay. And we all commonly call it D 1641, right?
I understand that.
I might slip into that. Okay.
That's
And if
fine.
we could go to PDF page 162, it's I'm looking kind of for the top of 161 and the bottom and the bottom of 161 and the top of 162. I think.
And if we could zoom in, please, Miss Mullen, I'd appreciate that.
The page, let's get the right page. I am on what I downloaded as AHO 49, and my page 161 is different. This seems problematic, but I downloaded this from the HO, so maybe if we could go to page 149 of this document. Yeah, and if we could scroll down to the bottom. And perfect. And if we can make it a little bigger so Mr. Shoots and I could see it. Great. And you probably need to scroll down a little bit more, but do you recognize this to be, in essence, the what allows for in essence JPOD, joint point of diversion?
Can you scroll down a little more, please, Miss Mullen? Okay, it does seem to be that.
And do you see on the bottom line before a sub A where it explicitly states that the permittee is authorized to divert or redivert water at the Banks pumping plant?
I see that.
So based on that, would your proposed permit term 6 no longer be necessary?
I'm afraid you're going to have to connect the dots. Why would it no longer be necessary?
Because in order for the Bureau, would you agree that in order for the Bureau to divert at the Delta conveyance project they would have to have a change petition to allow for rediversion at that location, which is not Banks pumping plant, correct?
So as I understand it, then water from the Delta Conveyance Project would not pass through Banks because it would terminate at Bethany Reservoir. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, I understand that. I can easily foresee a modification of this uh, I mean, of this particular term in D 1641 that would allow inclusion of exports through the Delta Conveyance Project pursuant to joint points. As it's currently formulated, there was no reason to anticipate a North Delta diversion because one didn't exist at the time D 1641 was enacted.
Right, but that would require a separate process, a separate public process for people to comment on, and that would be analyzed, and there would be a different process than this, correct? Before that could occur.
I'm not sure to the degree that that would help allay my concern, but I would still believe that this is probably an important sort of upfront qualification to avoid that future process.
But you agree that we can't amend the Bureau's permits because they're not currently before the board, correct, in this proceeding?
I think this would deal with I'm not sure how legally one would go about making the limitation on joint points or what would be required to do that, or whether that would require modifying reclamation's water rights. I do think that it does seem to me that there should be available a means of conditioning DWR's water rights to not allow reclamation to use DCP facilities for joint points.
I understand that's your position, but if we could scroll up to the top of the page of 149 towards, if we could just, perfect. You do, oops, if you can see right there, it's listing certain bureau permits. And those permits are what is being allowed for rediversion, and that is limited to banks. You would agree with that?
As it's currently written, that's correct.
Okay. And if we we could go back to the permit terms, which are CSPA 6. And looking at, if we go to the next page, you see that you have proposed a carryover storage target on Shasta, Folsom, and Trinity Reservoir. Is that correct?
It's conditioned at least in number 8 by saying if Bureau of Reclamation becomes a partner in North Delta diversions.
So that wouldn't be a permit.
Sure.
Excuse me. That wouldn't be a permit term that's necessary for the purposes of the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
I'm going to
As
object.
currently formulated, that's
I'd like
correct.
to object. This line of questioning is really calling for legal analysis in an evidentiary hearing.
I agree with that, except Mr. Schutz raised it. I think it's in his testimony. So that's why I think it's
Okay.
fair for Ms. Morris to explore that. And I understand, Mr. Schutz, you're not testifying with legal expertise or purporting to in any way, and you're very clear about that.
Well, as just a minor point of clarification, Hearing Officer Kinsey, these are CISPA's proposed permit terms and not his written evidentiary testimony.
Is this not, my understanding is that these terms are referenced in his testimony. Is that not the case?
It's true.
The factual basis for the proposed permit terms is set forth in the testimony. But when I asked Mr. Schutz earlier today which exhibits constituted his testimony, he was actually pretty careful to exclude the proposed permit terms as testimony.
Well, there's overlap here. I'm allowing the questions, and I know Ms. Morris is I will try to indicate when I understand your point, Ms. Morris. I mean, I think I'm following you on some of the legal concerns here, and I have legal questions with respect to some of these terms as well. But I do think it's fair for Ms. Morris to explore this because it is interrelated with what Mr. Schutz has proposed. So you can go ahead and continue.
I'm trying to remember where.
I think we were on,
You were on carryover storage.
Oh, thank you.
Number 8.
I mean, in essence, you said that it was limited. When you talked about it, before we brought this document up, you suggested that it was limited to the joint point and the Bureau's ability to use it. But some of these other provisions that you have gone through really, would you agree, would require a modification in term and condition on the Bureau's permits that are not within the scope of this hearing?
I would say number 8 is, and it's conditioned as such. It says if Bureau of Reclamation becomes a partner, which I understand is not currently the plan. I'm not sure that it can be completely
Well, and let me interject here. This is going to be unconventional, but Ms. Morris, I can think of there are creative ways to come up with permit terms. I mean, for example, one could, and I realize Mr. Schutz may not have been proposing this, but one could say, possibly, and you can tell me why, not now, but just so you know that this is out there, why this is not appropriate and should not be done. But one could attempt to say and draft a permit term that says you can't, DWR, you cannot, the the water rights for the state water project are limited such that unless certain storage targets are met in Shasta, Folsom, and Trinity, you can't use the North Delta diversions. I mean, that's a factual, right? It would be a factual check. It might be odd to do that, but one could think of, I just want to be careful that we're not soliciting testimony from Mr. Schutz on you know, creative legal things that one could draft up.
I understand. But what I'm trying to do is there's a lot of ambiguity in these permit terms, and they have been submitted, and I need to understand sort of the bounds of them and how he would envision that they work, because he does cite to them, and it is based on large part his testimony. And I understand he's not giving a legal opinion, but these are legal in nature, and their application is as well. And that's what I'm probing about, is an understanding of that.
And maybe we're getting to exactly the same point, which is why I think this is fair, because I'll tell you the way I'm reading Mr. Schutz's testimony and these proposals for permit terms, I might say, well, I'm not convinced that the way exactly it's described here would be legal, but is there some other way that it could be legal? And if so, should the board be considering that as a permit term? And then you get to all those considerations. So I think all of this goes to show that you were doing the right thing in probing these. So please continue.
I think I had a question pending. Let me try again. So I guess, Mr. Schutz, would you agree that if the Bureau were to become a partner in the Delta Conveyance project, that would require a separate hearing and a separate record, and that as we sit here today, the Bureau has not petitioned the board to add any points of diversions to their permits to be able to divert at the North Delta diversions?
Answering your last question first, I agree. And would there have to be a separate process, either separate process or in addition to process, the existing process, if the Bureau turned around tomorrow and said, hey, we want a piece of this? And that, although unusual, is not completely outside the realm of possibility in my view.
But it would require a separate notice hearing and process in front of the State Water Resources Control Board, correct?
That's correct.
And it would require analysis of some sort that is not currently before the board in this hearing.
As it shows in the far right-hand column, to be determined through additional NEPA, CEQA, and evidentiary process.
And you haven't done any environmental analysis, correct?
Objection vague.
If the question is, have I written a NEPA or CEQA document on a proposal by the Bureau of Reclamation that Bureau of Reclamation has not made yet, the answer is no.
And looking at, I guess we'll just keep going through this so we don't have to go back. I'm a little out of order. If we could go down to page 6, please, Ms. Mullen. And looking at proposed permit term 20, the EI ratio should count towards inflow directly upstream of the North Delta as part of inflow for purposes of determining EI. You agree that the department has said that EI should apply and they have modeled it, correct?
I do, and as I understand it, this is currently a permit term proposal by the Department of Water Resources.
So we can agree on that one?
We can.
I love this. Thank you. I think you made my whole week. It might be the only time during this hearing. And then looking at permit term 21, you don't represent, you aren't authorized to speak on any tribal.
I am not.
Okay. And then I wanted to, I think I got a little, I think I need to go back to the I think it's looking at permit term 11 on page 4. On the real-time decision making, I wanted to ask you some questions about this and how it would work in your mind. Are you suggesting with this that specific to real-time decision making that is outlined in the incidental take permit, or is this real-time decision making something else? And that was not super clear, so if you don't understand, please tell me and I'll rephrase.
I think I understand, but I need to think about it for a minute. I think real-time decision making is outlined in the ITP, which I'm not even sure. I guess it was out when I put these together, but I think there's also some that's discussed in the application, and perhaps in the EIR. I think it's more of a general recommendation that that there be some operational oversight other than what currently goes on between DWR and reclamation and some agencies behind closed doors.
It's some agencies are you talking about? Could you be specific, please?
The specific ones that I understand are currently involved are National Marine Fisheries Service, Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I believe representatives of State Water Board staff. And recently, there's also been involvement on the part of some of the principal water users or contractors, which is somewhat of a concern that there's not a balanced group of people that's overseeing operations.
I'm still not fully understanding what kind of decisions you would envision would fall under this permit term condition. Could you provide some examples?
Sure. Weekly setting of OMR limits, decisions about operations of the DCP based on monitoring data of fish in the area, whether or not to implement additional protections for fish based on some of the things called out in the proposed permit terms, and they've changed. But mostly these would be things in the ITP.
And you stated some things that are not currently ITP conditions. So are you intending that this would apply to all real-time decisions made by the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, or just those specific to the Delta Conveyance Project?
Well, I think it's appropriate that it be specific to the Delta Conveyance Project, but I also think it's important that that broader issue. I mean, you can't disconnect the State Water Project from the Delta Conveyance Project. How you address what's going on with reclamation, I'm not sure. But I think that operations of the South Delta export facilities of the State Water Project would also be something that I would include in this.
How would you envision the decision-making timeframe of your proposed permit term?
You'd have to have a lot of people ready to respond quickly and move quickly. I understand that. And that would require some kind of technical staff, technically proficient people.
What do you mean by quickly?
I think decisions are made on a weekly basis, if not even more frequently.
Do you think it's possible decisions are made daily and potentially hourly?
I'm sure that's true in part. So you'd need to make some kind of, put some sideboards on this. It's not a fully fleshed out permit term.
And I was confused by what you meant by competent staff. Are you technically competent staff? Are you suggesting that the people who are making the decisions with the fish agencies are not competent to make these decisions, or is that meant in some other context?
No, what it means is that any participants outside existing agencies would need to be technically competent. It's perhaps not worded as well as it might be. It's not suggesting that they're not technically competent. However, sort of outside oversight by people who are not as subject to economic or political pressure, I think would be a good thing. And in part, as I said before, to counterbalance the fact that you have personnel from the state water contractors, in this case, president, some of these decision-making functions is a concern, and there should be some balance.
I don't know when you say decision-making functions, which meetings are you speaking of specifically that the state water contractors are in?
As I understand it, some of the decisions relating to OMR operations, for example.
You just said we kind of agreed that some of these decisions could be weekly, hourly, daily, correct? Okay. So how would you implement your proposed permit term to not impede DWR effectively adapting to hydrologic conditions that can change more quickly than this permit term may be able to accommodate?
I think you'd have to find some kind of functional, practical way of implementing it. And I don't know that I think you'd have to allow operators to operate their project. I get that. And you can't, consult every time you want to make a specific change. But I do believe that there's between nothing and complete participation, there's probably a workable and happy medium. I would imagine this would have to be set out in a fairly extensive description.
But you haven't provided that description, and
no,
I might have missed it.
No, I have not.
I wanted to look, I think, at the page 3. Oh, and let me follow up just one more thing. I'm just trying to understand back to the real-time operations and involvement. Are you suggesting in this permit term that the new participants that you are envisioning would need to be in meetings where the contractors are not currently present and it's just agency staff and the department?
Hadn't thought about that in that much detail.
So you don't have an opinion as you sit here. You may change your mind later. That's fair.
I think that it depends again on the timing and the meeting, the time frame. As a general matter, whether or not the state water contractors, for example, are present, or federal contractors for that matter, because I know that they're also present. The settlement contractors, for example, in the Sacramento River, involved in some other real-time decision-making kind of proceedings or processes. It would give me more confidence if there were some kind of outside oversight.
And you believe that outside oversight should be groups like, do you prefer CSPA or CSPA? I will do whatever you
Either
say.
one is fine. Mr. Flanders says CISPA, and that's kind of part of the world of water quality enforcement, and that pronunciation is frequent there. Others say CalSPA, and I don't like that so much. So CSPA or CSPA would be fine.
Okay. So back to my question is that oversight that you're suggesting, who do you envision would be providing that?
I think, and I suggested that it needed to be funded, and I'm not sure that CSPA has the bandwidth to do that specifically, but there are other organizations that are larger that might be appropriate. I don't want to name them specifically, but there are, because I haven't asked them, and because uh, I don't want to speak on behalf of others who might have an opinion. But there are some larger organizations that might have personnel or that might have technical staff that could do that.
But the main concern that you have and why you're suggesting this permit term is sort of maybe pressure from contractors to make decisions that would increase water supply without a counteract.
Hey, Isaac.
Wrapped up over here to Singapore.
Without a
Yeah, swing by. Go.
Miss Desjardins, thank you. It's not just that. It's the agencies too, I think need some balance. They've made decisions in the last 10 years that I've found frankly unacceptable.
Okay, thank you. And then if we could go back to the top of this document on the carryover. Oops, I think we have to go one more page. I gave the wrong citation. We could go to page 2, permit term 7. And you talk quite a lot about this. And my question is, have you done any environmental review for your potential carryover storage requirement of Oroville shown here?
Please tell me what you mean by environmental review.
Have you done any analysis that would evaluate the impacts of such a hard carryover storage target as you suggest?
Well, first of all, it's not absolutely hard. It's harder than the target that you all have presented. And yes, over the years, I've done a lot of analysis of the current or recent operations and sort of where it's led. So I guess you need to make your question a little more specific if you'd like me.
I'll try. Did you do a modeling analysis of end of September storage in Oroville for the Delta Conveyance project or any state water project operations with this carryover storage target that you have set forth in permit term 7?
Well, I didn't conduct calcium modeling because I don't have that capacity. I did look at the existing calcium modeling that I believe it was DWR performed, and it looked at the output from that modeling as is shown in CSPA 007. But I didn't conduct separate modeling. No, I think that would be an appropriate thing for DWR to do.
And did you analyze any impacts that could be caused to fisheries by having this carryover storage target in place?
I didn't specifically. I mean, the things that strike me as being of concern would be what happens to fisheries more or less immediately downstream of Oroville Reservoir if you maintain this carryover storage target, the temperature conditions, I believe, would improve. I don't think that would be a net negative effect. What might happen in terms of the delta, if you had less water available to meet delta water quality requirements, would depend pretty much entirely on how DWR did water deliveries and whether it chose to emphasize deliveries over meeting in delta water quality requirements.
Would you agree that's a bit of a balancing, that you did not, you understand the concept, but you didn't do any analysis to sort of evaluate that?
I wouldn't say I didn't do any analysis. I didn't model it with calcium.
Okay.
And I agree that there's a balancing and a trade-off, and you need to look at that.
If we could look at, please, Ms. Mullen, Mr. Schutz's testimony, which is CSPA 4. And thank you. And I'd like to go to page 5. And I wanted to just orient you. I'm looking at paragraph 17, the first sentence. The state's uncertainty, or it's unclear what the operations of Oroville Reservoir, the DWR says it is not going to change under the DCP. What do you mean by rules in the context of that statement?
The way that DWR operates the reservoir, the considerations, the requirements, if any, the rationale for which it makes decisions regarding reservoir operations.
And Mr. Schutz, are you familiar with Oroville operations and the various conditions that apply to Oroville operations?
I believe I am, but I'd like you to clarify the question, please.
Sure. Are you aware that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has jurisdiction over the flood operations of reservoirs such as Oroville?
Yes.
And would you consider the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers flood operation curves as rules?
Absolutely.
And are you aware of the D1641 requirements contained in DWR's water rights, that it must release water from Oroville Reservoir to meet certain water quality standards in D1641 tables 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
And would you consider those to be rules?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the water rights permits that are currently the subject of this hearing?
Yes.
And would you agree that those permits have CFS and acre feet limitations?
Yes.
And would you consider those rules?
I would consider them things that I guess. Yes.
And are you aware of the coordinated operating agreement?
Yes.
And would you consider that there are rules in there related to the Bureau and the Department of Water Resources and how reservoirs like Oroville operate?
Yes.
And are you aware, Mr. Schutz, that Oroville is a multi-purpose reservoir?
Yes.
Are you aware of the contents of the report on the feasibility of the Feather River project and Sacramento San Joaquin Delta diversion projects proposed as features of the California Water Plan dated May 1951?
Not that I recall.
And are you aware of the contents of the program for financing and constructing the Feather River project as the initial unit of the California Water Plan dated February 1955.
I'm aware that there was a program, but I don't recall the details.
And are you aware of that same plan, the upstream features set forth in Chapter 6 of that 1955 report?
I don't recall the details of that report.
And finally, are you aware of the content of bulletin number 78 of the Department of Water Resources entitled Preliminary Summary on Investigation of Alternative Aqueduct Systems to Serve Southern California, dated February 1959?
I believe I've seen that, but I don't recall the details.
Would you agree that the Oroville Reservoir has beneficial uses beyond just assisting in meeting the 1641 requirements?
Yes.
Action calls for a legal conclusion.
And would you agree that Mr. Singh's testimony showed that Lake Oroville storage levels are slightly higher under the DCP ITP relative to the updated baseline?
I'm aware that's how it was modeled and that was the model output, and that doesn't surprise me because Mr. Singh put in the same operations for the with and without DCP project, so it doesn't surprise me that the Oroville storage output is very similar, slightly higher in some cases due to carriage water savings. And we've been through this. But what you haven't talked about and what you haven't asked is what are the different considerations in terms of water deliveries and meeting contracts that went into the modeling that produced the output that Mr. Singh put out. And what we've asked, well, and so those are the rules that I'm referring to in paragraph 17 of my testimony, not what the constraints are, but how within those constraints DWR elects to operate its reservoir.
But you would agree that unlike your proposed permit terms, the Delta Conveyance Project does not propose to modify Oroville operations, correct?
I don't understand, unlike my proposed permit terms. What
Well,
do you
you
mean?
propose a 1.6 million acre foot carryover target that you agree is different than how DWR uses the 1.6. I think you used the word goal, and that proposal would change the operations of Oroville Reservoir, correct? Your
It would.
permit term.
Yes.
And would you agree that the Delta Conveyance Project does not propose to modify Oroville operations?
So far as that statement goes, I would agree that it does not propose to do so. I
So,
don't think, well, whatever.
no, yeah, go.
No, go ahead. Ask
No,
your
no,
question.
no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. It was just I thought you were done. Please finish.
The fact that an intent is expressed to not change something without defining exactly how you get to what you're proposing not to change is not, in my view, illuminating. And you need to have a description of what the rules are that create the conditions, the existing conditions that you say you're not going to change, rather than simply putting some rules in a model and cranking it out and showing, look, it hasn't changed. That's the point of my testimony in this case.
But you agree that DWR in what's been marked as 1101R has a permit term that you cite in your testimony to show how it will not increase how it will not change the operations at Oroville. You may not agree that it does that, but do you agree that there is a permit condition proposed to address this?
There's a permit condition proposed to address storage, but there's not a description of either how it's operated now or how it would not change.
So is it fair to say that your concerns with a carryover storage target at Oroville exists currently, regardless of whether the State Water Board approves the Delta Conveyance Project change petition?
Objection. That's beyond the scope of his testimony in this proceeding.
Overruled.
I would say my answer to that would be in part. It's an existing concern, but given the additional capacity and water supply reliability that the DCP purports to achieve, I believe that the Department of Water Resources has additional responsibilities to improve its performance based on the advantages it's proposing to gain in terms of water supply reliability for developmental purposes. I believe that that water supply reliability ought to extend to fish and other in-stream beneficial uses. And I don't think y'all have addressed that. So it's an existing concern, and that's not a secret, but it's also a concern based on prospective changes, both positively and the opportunities that it provides for DWR, frankly, to do better, and also in the risks that it establishes for DWR down the road to change its operations of reservoirs to make more of Oroville Reservoir to make more use of the Delta Conveyance export capacity.
And we went over some rules that we agreed on that apply to Oroville, including D1641, correct?
Yes, and I would express those more as constraints than rules. DWR must do this. It's not affirmatively how it will operate so much as, the conditions within which it must operate. It doesn't get to the operations for water supply and to some degree for power, but mostly water supply that DWR exercises or carries out at Oroville or with the State Water Project.
Do you recall the testament, and if you don't, it's okay. Do you recall the testimony of Ms. White that those obligations are met in terms of operations prior to any water moving for water supply? Do you recall that testimony?
I don't know if I recall that exact testimony, but I'm not sure I entirely agree with it. I think that it's not so much a situation of prior as often different needs or different operations are met simultaneously through specific operations.
And I'm trying to understand in the context of your statement, rules versus constraints. Is it your position that all aspects of operational decisions have to be prescribed by a regulatory document?
No, but I think operations for carryover storage specifically need to be better defined.
And
I don't think they are defined now. I think there is a practice. I think there is an attempt made by the Department of Fish and Wildlife in the ITP to address the issue. I don't think they've been effective at addressing the issue. I think that telling someone to operate to meet a model output is upside down, and there should be a description of the actual requirements or operations that will create priorities so that DWR will actually, with much greater frequency, meet the target that DWR has set forth in its 2019 delivery of reliability report.
Mr. Sheets, do you have any experience operating a large reservoir to meet certain regulatory requirements and or other uses?
No, but I've worked with an awful lot of reservoir operators, both reservoirs large and small, and looked at the trade-offs through different modeling exercises to see what the water temperatures are that you might meet coming out, what carryover storage you might leave, how much water you can reliably or safely deliver, what happens if you deliver too much water, all those different things. I've done that on reservoirs, with different operators throughout the state.
And which
So
reservoirs would those be? And what operators?
Don Pedro would be Turlock and Modesto, Merced Irrigation District's Exchequer Reservoir, Pacific Gas and Electric Company's Lake Elminor, some of the smaller reservoirs on Butte Creek. I have El Dorado Irrigation District's upstream reservoirs, Sacramento Municipal Utilities District upstream reservoirs in the Upper American River Project. Some of the operations of in the Upper Yuba, New Bullard's Bar on the Lower Yuba, a bunch of them.
And were those in the context of FERC relicensing or FERC proceedings?
Some of them were.
And how
Most of
many of those reservoirs have constraints or obligations to meet water quality control plan requirements under D1641?
The only one that remotely does that's been involved in FERC processes would be Oroville. I was somewhat involved, not in the relicensing of Oroville, but in advocating in 2010 that DWR implement a carryover storage requirement and that the State Water Resources Control Board implement that through its water quality certification for that proceeding, which the State Water Board declined to do. So at the current time, those other reservoirs do not have that kind of constraint. However, they have a lot of other constraints that require a lot of multivariate kind of analyses and trade-offs in order to achieve acceptable reservoir operations or intelligent reservoir operations.
And when you say you worked with, were you opposing a project or you were actually working with the operators in a collaborative fashion?
Both. I mean, it depends on the operator more than anything. Also, East Bay Muds reservoirs, I'm very familiar with Pardee and Comanche and how they're operated for water temperature. And that's a fairly collaborative situation. I'd say El Dorado is pretty collaborative. PG&E, it depends.
I'm not going to ask a question about that. That would probably take a lot of the rest of our time. How many of these reservoirs are subject to NIMS jurisdiction?
Don Pedro, Merced, uh, New Bullard's Bar, Oroville, Camp Far West is to some degree, although there's not listed species there, so perhaps not. Those would be the main ones that are subject to NIMS jurisdiction. I haven't done a lot of work on Folsom.
And I wanted to look at page 11 of your testimony on in general in paragraph, this is just to orient us. So 44, you're talking about TUCPs. Are you aware that temporary urgency change orders are issued by the State Water Board at its discretion?
I'm very aware.
And are you aware that this discretion is provided for in the California Water Code?
Where?
And would you agree that temporary urgency change orders require the state board to approve and a public notice before granting?
Yes.
And I'd like to object to the line of questioning that calls for legal conclusions about what's legally required with regard to temporary urgency change orders.
I'm going to allow the questions with the understanding that Mr. Schutz is not testifying with respect to the law and does not claim to have legal expertise, but it's, I think, raised by his testimony, so it's fair. Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
And is it your position in your testimony that the AHO should seek to remove or limit the statutory discretion that the legislature has provided for the State Water Board to issue temporary urgency change orders?
I'm not sure that the AHO or the State Water Board could do that. I think that would be a good outcome. If that's not an available outcome, I think that some kind of consequences after the fact might be an appropriate way of disincentivizing temporary urgency change orders. Once states of emergency were no longer in effect and the board did not have that discretion. I see temporary urgency change orders as basically serial violations of water quality requirements and water delta flow and water quality requirements, and I think they need to change.
Are you asserting a legal opinion about whether or not TUCOs are a violation of existing water quality control plan standards?
No, I'm making an observation about the fact that of their practical effect. And I'm quite aware that, as I stated in my testimony, DWR considers its commitments to meet Delta water quality and flow requirements to be satisfied if it meets the requirements that are in effect, the modified requirements that are in effect when a temporary urgency change order for Delta operations is also in effect. And I consider that to be sort of a 1 foot out the door kind of situation in making commitments, especially in the light of, I believe it was Mr. Singh's analysis from 2023 that suggested that, and we saw this raised the other day, I believe it was FOR 150, but I might be wrong, that by 2070, 15% of the time, Delta temporary urgency change orders might be in effect under climate change conditions. So I think there needs to be a way of reducing the frequency of that. And I think the obligation of the projects, and in this case, DWR, is even greater since it's proposing to have more options and opportunities available to it during times when water is plentiful.
Mr. Schutz, are you aware of outside of a temporary urgency change petition, is there any sort of emergency provisions in D1641 that would allow the State Water Resources Control Board to amend the D1641 requirements? Is there any mechanism absent TUCOs?
I don't recall. If there were, it wouldn't surprise me. If it was just limited to TUCOs, that wouldn't surprise me either. But the net effect is there are mechanisms available, and the State Water Board has availed itself of those mechanisms. I think there's a sort of a blanket kind of the board, after taking certain steps, can make changes.
Let's talk a little bit about water transfers.
Sure.
And you claim that the DCP will incentivize north to south water transfers, correct?
Correct.
Can you provide any evidence that DWR plans to use the Delta conveyance facilities for transfers outside of any current regulatory requirements?
Sorry, would you say that again?
Can you provide any evidence that DWR plans to use the proposed Delta conveyance project facilities for transfers outside of current regulatory requirements?
I don't think it's clear what the Department of Water Resources is planning to do right now in terms of the degree to which it would allow transfers through the DCP or not. So that's one thing that I think is not clear. And I
Let's
guess
try to break that down. What do you mean allow transfers? Like what for who? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
well, it seems to me that if with a DCP in place, water transfers that were carried out through the state water project facilities could take place either through the DCP facilities or through the South Delta facilities. And I believe I asked Miss White or one of the operators about that on cross-examination, and there was not clarity about what the future plans would be.
But you agree there are current regulatory requirements for water transfers to take place, correct?
Broadly, yes, but could you be more specific of what you're
Sure.
referring to?
I mean, you agree based on your years of commenting in public processes regarding CVP and SWP transfers that any transfers that would move water through the Delta Conveyance Project would be subject to some additional review and public process, correct?
There is review and process related to water transfers. Much of it, in my opinion, has been perfunctory. And unless there is a strong reason, um, either on the part of the transferer, the transferring party, or in terms of the details of the transfer, or in terms of capacity, most transfers are granted.
And isn't it also true that transfers that would occur through the Delta Conveyance Project facilities would still be subject to the bypass flow requirements and other regulatory requirements listed in the ITP for DCP operations?
Provided that temporary urgency change orders were not in place that changed those bypass flow requirements or other requirements specific to the DCP, yes.
Is it your position that the water board can change the requirements of an incidental take permit issued by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife?
Under an emergency order, I mean, they would probably have to have buy-off from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, but in my experience, when temporary urgency change petitions were filed by Reclamation and DWR in 2014 and 15 and 21 and 22, the department was quite quick to approve them. So I don't think that that effectively makes much of a change or backstop in terms of a regulatory situation.
Are you aware of any temporary urgency change order that modified an ITP condition?
I don't know. I never really thought of it that way, so I'd have to think about it. I mean, it modified a number of conditions in under D1641, and they had to get approval of the fish agencies to sort of broadly that the changes were acceptable or necessary or something, and that approval was often forthcoming within a day or two. So whether it was an ITP specifically, I couldn't answer, but the response of the fish agencies under those circumstances has been almost unilaterally approval, even to the point where in 2015, and I believe it's one of my exhibits, I believe it's CSPA 11, the executive director of the water board kind of chastised the fish agencies for answering regarding ESA or CESA requirements in terms of reasonable protections without discussing specifically the different standard of reasonable effects or unreasonable effects on fish and wildlife. So again, I don't see the fish agencies as providing much of a backstop here.
I understand that wasn't necessarily my question. Is just to go back, your answer a moment ago that the State Water Board could modify the ITP oversight of transfers. That's you're not sure, right? That you're not positive of that.
I don't know that the water board could do that without consent. It's just my view and my experience that consent is generally forthcoming rather quickly. So I'm not sure that it makes a difference.
Would it require, in your opinion, or if you're aware, consent or a separate action by Department of Fish and Wildlife as it relates to an ITP condition?
I don't know under a condition of emergency. Again, my experience has been that things were approved and moved forward very quickly.
Yeah. Do you, Mr. Schutz, I'm kind of winding down here. Do you have any formal education or training in hydrology? I understand that you have been part of the water world for a long time, but I'm just asking very specifically about formal education or training.
No.
And same question, do you have any formal education or training in biology?
No, and I've never purported to have much specific expertise in biology, although I do believe I know a lot about fisheries in California.
And you are not an engineer either, correct?
Correct?
And do you have any formal education or training in running or interpreting CalSim 3,
No.
DSM 2,
No.
or SACWAM? Okay. I don't have any other questions. I thank you so much for your time. Again, it is always a pleasure, and
It's always fun, Miss Morris.
I appreciate your professionalism.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And it's 4:30 and here's what I'm inclined to do. I don't think Monday is particularly packed. In fact, I think it seems likely to me we'll be finished early. I see right now we just have David Fries and Ms. Desjardins scheduled to testify on Monday, plus the remainder of Mr. Schutz. So I think
May I ask a question, Miss Kenzie? Is there further cross-examination of me and how long it might take?
yes, that's exactly where we're going in my circuitous route here. So I will ask Mr. Krieger, do you have questions? We probably won't go now, but do you have questions for Mr. Schutz?
I do not, thank you.
And I understand Mr. O'Hanlon, who may not be on. Oh, yes, I see a hand. Can we please elevate Mr. O'Hanlon? I heard 15 minutes, but let's hear from Mr. O'Hanlon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Schutz. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again, sir.
Ms. Morris covered a good chunk of my questions, so I would say maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. And is there anyone else who would be seeking to cross-examine Mr. Schutz? So let me look to you, Mr. Schutz. It sounds like possibly we could finish today, but on the other hand, you may be joining us anyway on Monday morning, regardless. So my question is, as a courtesy to you, I would certainly be willing to try to get through this. On the other hand, I would appreciate the weekend to think about whether I have any further questions for you. So I'm actually going to leave this. Do you have a preference?
I'd rather try to get done now if I could
Done?
get a drink of water first.
Okay.
If Mr. O'Hanlon would indulge me for that.
Of course.
Let's do that then. We'll give it a push and see if we can get through with your testimony.
All right,
Let's
I
take
will be right back.
a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 4:37 and we'll see how we go. Welcome back. Is our court reporter ready to go back on the record for just a few more minutes?
Yes, ready to go.
Great, thank you. And we have Mr. Schutz, Mr. O'Hanlon. I want to make sure we have Mr. Flanders here.
Yes.
You're here. Wonderful. Then with that, to you, Mr. O'Hanlon, for your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Schutz, good afternoon again. I represent the San Luis and Delta Medulla Water Authority in this proceeding, which, as you know, is a joint powers agency that represents a number of CVP contractors. And so, as you might imagine, when I saw the proposed permit terms in CSPA 6, I was interested in your testimony, and as a result of that, questions for you. So could I have CSPA 6, which is the proposed permit terms, brought back up? Thank you. And could you, well, let me ask a question first about this. Did you prepare CSPA 6?
I did.
All right. Did anyone assist you in preparing CSPA 6?
You know, some of it was kind of legacy from the California water fix. And so I'm sure we discussed this at that time. I believe I may have discussed some points with Tom Cannon, who has consulted CSPA in the past, but is pretty much retired. But other than that, I did not work with anybody to put this together, and ultimately the end result was something I produced, so you can blame me.
All right. So my question would be then, so there's no one better to ask what's intended by these proposed permit terms. Is that correct?
I think that's fair.
All right. Ms. Mueller, could you turn to term number 5? So good, scroll down a little bit to number 5. All right. Ms. Morris asked you a few questions about this, and I don't want to characterize your testimony, but what I heard was you indicated that conceptually this could limit your reclamation pumping. Did I have that right?
I think it's probably true, yes.
Okay. And what did you mean by that?
What I meant was that if these requirements were put into place, either DWR and or reclamation might have to reduce overall exports. And depending on how you all worked it out, that is reclamation and DWR worked it out, it could potentially affect the operation of the Central Valley project. That really wasn't the intent, but I recognize that that's possible.
All right. Was it the intent of this permit term that this would be made a permit term in the water rights of the Central Valley project?
Not explicitly, no.
Okay. So it's really more that if it were a permit term for the State Water Project, it might in some way affect pumping by the CVP. Is that what you meant?
That's what I meant.
All right. I'd like to ask you a few questions about permit term number 6.
Okay.
And in the comment there, you say CVP is not a partner in the NDD facilities. And first, I assume NDD means North Delta Diversion.
Correct.
All right. And what did you mean by CVP is not a partner in the North Delta Diversion facilities?
The Central Valley project is not seeking a water right to divert water at the Delta Conveyance project facilities. Or not seeking to modify its water rights in order to exercise that. I believe in the EIR, there was some analysis of that possibility on a limited basis. But I understand that that's not where the Central Valley Project and the Bureau of Reclamation landed.
Okay. And the permit term, that you referred to the joint, joint points of diversion. Is it your understanding that absent some action or condition by the board that the CVP under joint point of diversion could divert at the North Delta diversion?
Say that one more time, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. It wasn't a very good question.
No, it was okay. I just need to hear you say it again.
All right. So you're asking for a permit term that essentially, as I understand it, you can tell me if I'm wrong, that the CVP not be able to rely on joint point of diversion to pump at the North Delta diversion. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So is it your understanding that absent some affirmative condition, like condition number 6, the Bureau of Reclamation would be able to use joint point of diversion to divert at the North Delta diversion?
I don't fully understand what water rights would have to be modified in order to allow this, but part of this was my thought that conceptually there could be a permit term added that would allow it, and I sought to avoid that.
All right. And just to be clear, is it
Permit term allowed to DWR's water right? Let me clarify that. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, I had a question sort of, and maybe it's a broader conceptual question.
Okay.
Is it that you're looking in this proceeding to foreclose a future use by the CVP of the North Delta diversion?
It's my view that if the CVP wants to use the North Delta diversion, that the CVP should be petitioning at this time to use it. And we should all have the benefit of addressing that part of it now and not have to go through yet another protracted proceeding for that potential eventuality, or that it be sort of that a less extensive proceeding allow it to happen because the petition was delayed. So can you foreclose it? I don't know, but I don't think that I think the water rights ought to reflect who's actually using the project. And if the CVP is planning to use the project, it ought to be in their water rights.
All right. And just, I think you've answered this probably 4 times, but just to be clear, you understand that the current petitions before the board by the Department of Water Resources do not include diversions by the CVP at the North Delta diversion, correct?
I do understand that.
All right. I think Ms. Morris asked you enough questions about term number 8. So the carryover storage, and as to that one, you acknowledge that if there were to be any limits on CVP storage, that would be something that would have to occur through a separate proceeding, correct?
That's correct. And it is conditioned in the 3rd column over on Reclamation becoming a partner.
All right, the next one, Ms. Mueller, if you could please turn to condition term 13. This one is entrainment of fish into the central delta. And there's a reference there to fish screening infrastructure at the head of heads, but one being the Delta Cross Channel, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that is a CVP facility, correct?
I guess it is, and that hadn't occurred to me.
All right, so that would be another term that would be outside the scope of the current proceeding?
Under those circumstances, I guess it would.
All right, could you please, Ms. Mueller, could you please turn to permit term number 17? All right, 17 is biological monitoring and reporting. And I might not have asked you about this one, but for the reference to the CVP in the comment section. And so my question to you is, was it your intention that this term would apply to monitoring at the CVP facilities?
You know, I think that's legacy from the water fix, and I'd be willing to strike that since, I mean, I think it would be a good idea, but I recognize that it's probably not appropriate for this process.
And just to confirm for the record, the water fix, unlike this proceeding, the water fix involved petitions by both DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation, correct?
It surely did.
Yes. And that would explain why there might be a legacy permit term in here related to the CVP.
Correct.
All right. Those are all my questions, Mr. Schutz. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hanlon. And I understand that we have, I didn't hear from anyone else with questions for Mr. Schutz. I do not have questions at this time, so I will look to Mr. Flanders. Do you have any redirect for Mr. Schutz?
I do not.
Then with that, you are free, Mr. Schutz. Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for your time and answering everyone's questions.
Thank you very much. Do I need to appear on Monday? Is it possible that you'll have questions for me at that point?
No,
Thank you.
you're free. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
In our last few moments, it looks to me like we will have a rather short day on Monday. Maybe this is a good time if we haven't already. I don't think we have time estimates for our witnesses, our remaining witnesses on Monday. I will look first to either Ms. Morris or Ms. Carroll. Do you have an estimate for DWR's cross of the remaining two witnesses?
I believe for Mr. Fry's, it's approximately an hour. And then Miss Desjardins for Sierra Club is probably 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And then is there anyone else at this time who anticipates, well, look, Mr. Krieger, you might as well, do you anticipate having any cross for those two witnesses?
I don't anticipate having cross, but it may be useful to simply reserve 10 minutes for both witnesses just in case.
Sure.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, we were wondering because we do only have those two witnesses and Miss Desjardins is appearing, if it would make sense for Miss Desjardins to also present and be cross-examined as herself instead, in addition to Sierra Club.
I noticed that, and I was going to ask you this, first of all, ask you the same thing. I gather DWR is not opposed to that possibility.
We will make it work.
Okay, if we do that. Let me look to Ms. Desjardins. Do you have any concerns about that approach that you would present first on behalf of Sierra Club? I think we probably want to keep it separate to make sure that the
I
testimony is
had not, so I haven't been on the schedule. The schedule's been noticed for a long time and I'm not prepared to juggle it. And particularly, I haven't arranged for counsel to represent me. And I haven't prepared that testimony. So I would object to a last minute request to suddenly go there.
So you're prepared to testify on Monday on behalf of Sierra Club, but not.
Yes, and I've been preparing for it, and it's quite a complex and involved testimony. So, I've been reviewing all of that.
All right. Well, and currently you're scheduled for the 30th, so that's when you will be.
Yeah, and I have been planning on that, and I need more than just like Friday notice before Monday.
That's why that's why I was asking. I think that's fair enough. So it looks like we will have a short day, Ms. Morris. We may even finish before lunch.
I've been told I'm not allowed to make predictions because they always go wrong, especially if it's that we're ending early. So you better knock on wood.
That's fair enough. Is there anything else we need to address before we break for the weekend? I think we're all ready for it. All right. I will see you at 9 o'clock on Monday morning, and we are adjourned. Thank you very much.